be just behind you. You're not on the list, but I can get you inside. Use your mind, listen to my voices that guide you. You give yourself over, yeah, you don't wanna fight. If you do, I'm gonna bid you a hard, cold goodnight. Baby, hang on to your ticket, you to win, alright. And if you don't trust it, hold it up to the light. Not you, not you, then I don't know. As above is ever so below. Something here was bound to take me home. You hear me calling out your name. Let me run to you and escape this place. Stop time, rewind, bring me back to you. How would it be in my heart if you only knew? What if we could stop the world tonight and run away, just you and I, you and I? Wanna stay right here forever, 'cause when we were not together, we don't have to know, so just take me away. What if we could stop the world tonight and run away, just you and I, you and I? Bring me back to you again. Bring me back tonight. We can stop the world again. We can stop the world tonight. Feel my heartbeat, changing rhythm. Know the reason I'm still breathing. Wanna stay right here forever, 'cause when we were not together, we don't have tomorrow, so just take me away. What if we could stop the world tonight and run away, just you and I, you and The wolf, she cries at night. A breath had born in the black wind where the shadows lie. Deep inside despair, our hearts grow fierce, our minds aware. We carry on, oh, we carry on, carry on. We carry on, oh, we carry on, we carry It's always darkest before the dawn. It's always quiet before the storm. We are not afraid.
Good afternoon, folks. Welcome to Rainbow Six Central Combine 2025 Open Qualifiers. We're here doing another lovely little community stream here on this lovely Saturday afternoon, and as hot as it is here in the UK, you know what? Could be outside right now enjoying the sun, but nah, who wants to do that? There's siege going on right now, so this is honestly the more important of the two things, to say the least. So welcome on in. Hope you're all having a wonderful Saturday afternoon, wonderful weekend, whether you're watching this outside in the heat, sat inside trying to stay cool, or anywhere else in the world. Welcome on in. Hope you have a wonderful afternoon, and we've got some great action for you here today. Obviously, Central Combine 2025, we are back, or I say we are back. I wasn't casting this time last year. This is the fun thing. I wasn't casting this time last year. I started actually properly casting things about October, late September, early October time. So my first time doing this in terms of Combine, so happy to be here, happy to really get involved in amongst it, and hopefully we're going to have a great little afternoon. We've got some great games coming up your way. Of course, if you are not familiar with Combine, we're going to get there, but first let's have a look at the format overall for 2025, because obviously we're using this updated Tier 2 format for the entirety of Europe here. So we have the Central Combine taking place right now, June, all the way through to August. And then we've got Rainbow Rumble and then South Breach as well. All three of these tournaments, combined with secondary partner tournaments, are going to be feeding our way into the European Tier 2 Grand Finals, which this year they took place in Kettering. Next year, I'm not entirely sure where, just as of yet. But all will come in due time. And of course, what does the T2 Grand Final earn for you? Besides, obviously, the lion's share of the cash pool and the prizes for it, also gives you Challenger Series spots. And as you all probably are quite familiar with, those of you who watch quite a bit of Siege, you'll know that Challenger Series is your way into EML, your path into Pro League, if you like. And that is going to be where teams are going to want to be being, because we're seeing teams such as Matchco, who have made their Tier 1 debut after fighting in the ring of Tier 2 for the last couple years. They've finally made their way through, and they're now playing at the top level in EML with all of your big teams, your G2, your BDS, your Falcons, your Gen Gs. All of these organisations, you're now partaking with them. And today is the start of that for some of these teams, quite possibly. Some of these teams will be fighting for their spots in EML, give it a year's time. Some of them will be in EML in a year's time. And this is the start of that. So how exactly does Combine work? Of course, we've got 3 tournaments throughout the whole year for Tier 2, but only we're going to focus on Combine for now and for today. How it's going to be working is quite a simple one. So we've got qualifiers, open qualifiers 1, 2, 3, and 4 over the next couple of weeks here. As you'll be seeing, there are one today, one tomorrow, and then 2 as the final 2 qualifiers next Saturday and Sunday as well, followed up by the division clash the following weekend, then the conference clash, finally playoffs bracket, and then of course the offline grand final in, I believe that is in Dusseldorf, in a couple of weeks here. Teams will be competing for the lion's share of, I believe it is a €20,000 prize pool today, so quite exciting, a lot to be earning, but it all starts here in the Open Qualifiers. How exactly do you compete in the Open Qualifiers? Well, I'm quite glad you asked. It's quite a simple one. It's pretty straightforward for competing in the Open Qualifiers. All you really need to do to get yourself these points is you need to be earning points in the qualifiers. You do well in the qualifiers, you get first place, you get 100 points. You get second place, 75. Third and fourth, 50 points. Fifth to eighth, 25. Ninth to 16th, 15. 17th to 32, you get just 10. If you want more information on those exact points and how they're distributed amongst the qualifiers, exclamation mark bracket in chat. You can go through it, read everything for yourself, of course. Now, there is plenty of great action, of course, today, and you build up points throughout the 4 weekends. The 16 teams with the most points will be advancing over towards the division clash, and then we'll get slowly less and less and less teams until we end up with our final couple of teams for that offline LAN grand final in realistically a month and a bit's time. So it's quite a quick path here in the combine. Things are going to be moving quickly and you're not going to want to miss any of the action, of course. I'm going to be covering some games here on this channel today. I don't have a dedicated observer for today, so goal's going to basically just be any games that we have a lot of community casters that aren't cast in English, and I believe they've got their own observers or observing themselves. So basically, I'm just going to borrow their clean feeds temporarily today and share those games with you all in English. So that way, we've just got as many games being covered in as many different languages as possible. I'm going to try and avoid double stacking games on English. If someone else is covering a game in English, I'm going to try and avoid it, just so we're covering as many games as possible, just for the sake of all the players and obviously all the fans. That way, everyone can watch the game in hopefully an ideal format to them, of course. So yeah, if you want to go and check out, as you can see at the bottom of the screen, exclamation mark community casters takes you to the Central Combine Discord, where you can see all of the other community casters that are going to be live today with the games. There's plenty of us all around doing it in a variety of languages. Obviously, this is the Central Combine. There's quite a large proportion of us casting in German today. I'm just going to see if I can find the graphic actually and pull it all up for you very momentarily. If you give me approximately 2 seconds. Obviously, we've got some great teams in the Combine today. We've got We've got teams. We've got all the normal tier 2 teams, as well as a couple of them. Got Geek coming in as well. Some of the teams that didn't perhaps do as well as I think you would have expected them to in Challenger Series. They're going to be back. They're coming with a vengeance to try and shoot their shot for EML next year, and staying on top of the tier 2 circuit for this year. And as you say, you do well in Combine, you will qualify through to the tier 2 grand final automatically, alongside with how well you do in Rumble and South Breach as those tournaments come and go as well. And as you can see, it's a pretty full calendar. As soon as Combine ends, all eyes are on Rumble, and as soon as Rumble ends, straight on to South Breach, but as well as the secondary partner tournaments running throughout all year, of course. And not only is there that, on top of that, you also have this wonderful, we have these secondary partner tournaments run. I believe the first of which to be revealed of that was Voltage League, a league that's been running for many, many years. I'm sure most of you who are familiar with CG will know Voltage League very well. They will, of course, be awarding spots into the T2 Grand Final. So there's plenty of awesome spots here for plenty of teams, plenty of opportunities. And of course, the only way to get yourself involved is, of course, to be getting yourself in. And of course, that being said, it is an open qualifier. So, of course, anyone can sign up. You don't need to be a professional team. You don't need to have an org back, and you can just head to the link. Obviously, today's qualifiers are locked. You can't sign up for those anymore. However, future qualifiers, they're totally up for grabs. So if you want to go and watch another qualifier in a couple of weeks, you want to try tomorrow's qualifier out, you want to try next weekend's qualifiers out, you can go and do so. Exclamation mark bracket, grab your stack, go sign up and see how you compare. You never know where you'll end up. And as I say, the end goal of this is EML next year. So it's quite an exciting little prospect to be on, really. And hopefully it's going to be a really awesome little bit of a day here. So we're just going to be getting the feed set up for you already. I believe I'm going to be just going to double check on the feeds and stuff, see who exactly we're going to be following. So I'm going to throw it to a little bit of a quick break here, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes with hopefully prep game for game number 1 of the day. So keep an eye on the title and see you all in just a few minutes.
Are you in a field of ice and snow, holding out your hand for me to go? Wasn't scared to see you, always knew it in my bones that something here was bound to take me home. You said you don't know me well, but I'm your angel in white. I'll be close if you come, I'll be just behind you. You're not on the list, but I can get you inside. Use your mind, listen to my voices and guide you. You give yourself over, yeah, you don't wanna fight. If you do, I'm gonna doing alright. And if you don't trust it, hold it up to the light. Black spots in my vision, I'll be blaming it on divine intuition. I'll be praying for a divine intervention or anything else that gets my attention. And I'm falling for you, you're a fine invention, the sort of poison to me, but I keep forgetting. And now I'm halfway in and I'm half alive. You take my face and you hold it up to the light. Take me home. If not you, not here, then I don't know. As above is ever so below. Something here was bound to take me home. Can you hear me calling out your name? Let me run to you and escape this place. Stop time, rewind, bring me back to you. How it beat in my heart if you only knew. What if we could stop the world tonight and run away, just you and I, you and I? Wanna stay right here forever, 'cause when we're not together, we don't have tomorrow, so just take me away. What if we could stop the world tonight and run away, just you and I, you and I? Bring me back to you again. Bring me back tonight. We could stop the world again. We could stop the world tonight. Feel my heartbeat changing rhythm. Know the reason I'm still breathing. Wanna stay right here forever. 'Cause when we're not together, we don't have tomorrow, so just take me away. What if we could stop the world tonight and run away, just you and I, you and
Oh, there we are, folks. Oh, that is not the wrong thing. Let's try that again. There we go. Test stream. Okay. I'm professional at this. We're not leaking test graphics on stream. God damn it. I knew I pressed the wrong button at some point. It's always a mistake when you've got two feeds going at once. We're just having a couple of issues with map bans and stuff. As always is the technical issues way. So we're just going to sit here and, we're just going to chill. Just going to vibe. Hopefully we will get to the game very, very shortly. We're going to be following Ogon's feed. That Ogon is following the feed with Kelstron and White, who I believe they're covering the games in German today. So I figured I'd follow in and cover the games over here in English as well. So, of course, do go watch them. Ogon is covering directly for them, but I've piggybacked on. So that's thanks to Ogon. Do ! Observer. Go and give him a follow on Twitter. Great observer. Great guy. And, of course, very grateful for him finding the Gleam feed for today. So we're just going to sit here and chill, really, because there's not much else to do until the games go and start. We've kind of been over everything. So how is everyone's Saturday going? Because you know what, we're chilling here, having just a chill Saturday, 5 maps OT. That sign needs to change. That sign really needs to change, because that is from 3 weeks ago. I just kind of noticed that. I'm like, I've not changed that. I was going to change it this morning. I just obviously have completely blanked to do so, which is, professional caster. But I can also say, though, I can't just leave the stream sitting here on a break for like 12 hours while up. Because the thing is, like, with this, the issue with it is I've got all of the things in like a mug kind of thing. So it's just a case of like, pour it all out on my desk and go, right, I've got this. I've got, oh, God, losing them already. No. Oh, these things are a pain. Yeah, it's just like, right, I've got a letter G. And then you can start to put it together. There is a channel point reward for changing the sign. I know that is really painful to do, so I kind of hope no one ever does redeem that, because that would just ruin my day, in all honesty. But yeah, so we'll not be changing that anytime soon, because that requires a high amount of effort, which I just don't particularly have, especially like at the minute in this weather. You kind of just want to sit, chill, enjoy the day. Just to update you all with what actually is going on, is there is an issue on Challenger mode with the what's the word am I looking for here? There's an issue on Challenger mode with the map bans and the map vetoes. So we possibly may have to go into a minor pause / tech break. So just an FYI, I promise you're not missing any games here at all. There's nothing going on right now. You just get to sit here and look at my wonderful face until the games get going. Just waiting for a TBC update on what exactly happens through, because long story short, when the team's ready up, Challenger mode isn't updating it to let the bans and the map veto go through. So we might just have to wait and see what happens with that one, because Challenger mode is difficult sometimes. So I'm sure those of you who play and those of you who have been following these qualifiers for a while, you always know the first time the qualifications come on through, I think we all know full well nothing ever works right out of the bat. It is a challenge mode thing, so we'll just sit and wait and be patient. We can go back and look at the combine roadmap, and I can tell you my plan. So tomorrow I'm working, depending on how many people we've got covering, depending on how many people we've got going tomorrow, and what I can get going as well. We may possibly have I may be here tomorrow because I'm working till about 4 o'clock, so about 4 hours from now. Thereabouts. So yeah, I forgot the clock on your screen is in my time zone. So that clock there, yeah. So I work until about 4 p.m. my time tomorrow. So depending on how many people we've got covering the later games, I might hop in and stream it. I might not hop in and stream it. It just kind of depends on whether there's coverage for everyone. If it seems like we're well over covered, then I'll leave it to the more experienced hands and everyone else that's already going. Just because, as I said, there's no point double downing on the games. There's no point rewatching the same games twice when there's already someone else streaming it. June 28th, 29th. We'll be there on the 29th, of course, for the final qualifier. 28th. I'm going to be in Wembley. I'm bailing on you all to go and watch Linkin Park, so I will not be there for that one, of course. But yeah, and then I don't know if anyone does know, help. I don't know how much of this is community casted or is available for Comcasting beyond the qualifiers, because I think I want to say it was Challenger Series. It was Challenger Series where I did the open qualifiers for the APL, and I was like, oh cool, that was it. I appreciate it. Thanks to all the admins and stuff for sorting it all out, and they're like, what do you mean? You still got another couple, all up until the final point of the Challenger Series qualifiers were for community casting, and I didn't realise that. And same with EML. Thanks guys for the last couple of weeks. Appreciate it. No, you still got one more. You still got a couple more weeks. I was like, oh, that's pleasant. So always good to have a bit more to cast. But yeah, so I'm not sure how much of it is. This is the kind of reading I probably should do before these things. But to be fair, when it's these Comcasts, you just kind of chill and yap over some Siege. So when it gets started, it gets started. It will soon at some point. I'm just waiting for some words from the admin on exactly what we're going to be doing, how we're going to be doing. So I'll update you all when I know what's going on. I don't know any further than what's going on currently. I do know what teams, actually I said that the bracket might be being reset, so I don't know if we're going to have the same teams going up against each other, so I'm just going to not mention that until I'll leave the title TBD versus TBD until I know for certain. But we can look ahead and go look at the wonderful Combine. Obviously, that is this over the next couple of months. LAN final in Dusseldorf as well for Combine. I'm not sure if the other two have a LAN final. I don't believe that information has been released. They didn't last year, off memory. So maybe they do, maybe they don't. I don't honestly know. Combine definitely does have a LAN final. So I don't believe the tickets are out for that yet, but if you fancy 2 trips to Germany this year, obviously Munich Major tickets are released now as well. So if you want to go and see some Siege watch some like live action Siege games, I would go and first of all, get your Munich tickets. I still believe there are some Munich tickets floating about. I do believe we still have a couple available. So go to the Munich Major because that will be a great time. Obviously, any EU fans of Siege, I think hopefully quite a lot of you will have been to a major before. I imagine anyone watching the community casted stream normally tends to be quite a big Siege head, so you've probably been to a Siege event, you've been to a major before. They're well worth the time. If you haven't been, they're well worth the time. Some great memories made at every single one. Been to Berlin, Manchester, and went to the Malta Cyber Series as well. Great time, always is. So do go if you fancy. Check it out. There's plenty of seats. There's always people. Everyone at Siege event is so friendly. Couldn't recommend it enough. So yeah, go to Munich, Dusseldorf land. I'm not going to be there myself, but you know what? It's going to be a great fun time. And I think the benefit of having a smaller event as well. You know, this is obviously coming from like where I went to Malta, because obviously you think in a Siege major you've got thousands of people in the audience. You know, you've got 1,000+ people. You don't get to talk to everyone. It's quite very big event. You kind of stick with your people and you talk around and you get to meet those people, sure, but it's very different to that kind of small vibe. Let's say like in when we went to Malta, for example, when I went there a couple of weeks ago, because that wasn't as anywhere near as many people in the audience. That was somewhere in the like mid, I want to say like 50s, might be 50, might be a bit of a liberal guess there. There wasn't a massive amount of people in the audience there. I think probably about 50 is about fair estimate to say for that grand final. A bit more than that. It was less than 100, however much it was. I don't think it was more than 100. So you got a chance to sit down, really meet and gel with everyone. It was a nice opportunity to really just to sit down and actually get to know people, because you meet people at a major, you briefly say hi, you might watch the games and go out after, but there's so many people you don't get to really sit and have these long talks with people. So it's nice to be able to do that. It's a totally different vibe, and obviously I'm expecting the final land for this will be much of the same in that regard. It will be a much smaller event. The last couple of years they've been quite small events overall, so I would totally go if you can, if it's something within your feasibility to go. I want to say, I don't know when it. Let's have a look. R6 Combine Finals. I don't have a screen share on here. Okay, correction. It's not in Dusseldorf. No, this is last year's. I was like, have I been saying the thing wrong? Okay, so that's last year because that says Cologne, which I know was last year's grand final. Or am I just making Dusseldorf up? Have I just heard that somewhere and am I just making it up? Liquipedia, give me a hand. R6 main broadcast. It says Dusseldorf. Okay. Why does it look like I'm in a bath? This is a shirt, Nanos. This is a shirt. It is not a bathrobe. Thank you very much. I feel insulted. I mean, the camera is like really shit today. You know, I don't possess. I possess like a really thick like bathrobe, but this thing is like, it's hot. It's really hot in the UK. Okay, it's melting. I'm like dying here. Industrial sized fan down here in the corner, just blaring all day. Yeah, I will. Maybe next stream I'll wear a bathrobe. Go like Primark, get a bathrobe just for you, Nanos. Just for you. Nanos, are you going to Munich? I think you are. I think I saw you are. Better be. Yes. Yes, we like it when people go Munich. Munich's going to be actually banging. I cannot wait for Munich. Munich is going to be amazing. I cannot wait. I mean, don't get me wrong. I am very slightly broke at the minute. My job kind of cut my hours down, and I've still not been able to get a proper job out of uni. So I'm on like 6 hours a week at the minute. Yeah, I looked at the hotels. They were reasonable, I think, for an event. They weren't too bad last I looked. It was more the Paris is going to be expensive. Paris is going to be really expensive. Valentine's Day in Paris. I don't really know who thought that one through. But Munich should be good. Munich should be good. Lots of beer, lots of alcohol, and the arena. Like I was looking at the ticket thing. it's like this like whole like round arena, because like that's the one thing. Like the majors I've been to, they've been you have like the stage, and then you've got the audience like sat back here. Whereas with Munich, it's like you got the stage in like the middle, and then you got the around it. This is really great. I should be like it looks like I'm like trying to like I'm doing like Doctor Strange magic, like I'm gonna make a portal, like whoosh, portal, and portal us into a game. I'm just kidding. I don't think the games are quite ready yet. Let's have a look at the bracket here. Okay, so all the matches have come up as can. Oh, we're reseeding the bracket. It seems like so we will be there shortly. We will be there shortly. Do not worry, all of you wonderful folks at home here. We're just reseeding the bracket. How many teams did we get signed up today? 98. Oh wow, gosh, you've got quite a few. 98. Pretty good showing. Not bad. And 16 of those 98 will make it through to the next stage of the competition. That's great. I cannot wait to get this underway. It feels like ages since I've cast anything, even though it was like, what, last Friday. Last Friday, I was casting, what, the LAN final last Friday. ESA finals the weekend before that. And then a bunch of ESA Voltage League stuff throughout May. So it feels like I've been casting ages. It's because I'm doing less than I have been. Like the last couple of months, I've been maybe doing 2 to 3 casts a week. Now I'm doing like 1 a week at the moment, just because A, there's not been a massive amount of stuff I've been seeing that's popping up, and B, also what's the word? I've been trying to finish uni, so not having. I can't get my words out this afternoon. Not trying to finish uni, get dissertations in, and all that on time. That's just been difficult. So it's kind of been like you just leave it and wait. Until afterwards. Over the summer though, going to be grinding on plenty. Got some cool things. Like obviously got this lined up over the next couple of weeks, which will be awesome. Play tier 4 stuff. I really want to go and get. It's such a shame. I hate being in EU time zones. I really want to do the element qualifiers, the element 5 NA tier 2 stuff. I really wanted to do that, but it's just so late, and yeah, my parents already aren't happy enough with me. Like from some really late casts that have happened before. I think some of the Voltage League ones ran until like midnight at one point. They were not happy with that, so I don't want to do a qualifier that's going to start at 11 PM for me, because that's just going to be a bad idea waiting to happen, really. So we're not going to do that. Obviously there will be. I don't know what comes next after this. So we've obviously got this, and then we've got the bit of a break. We've obviously got a bit of a break. Then we've got the Rumble qualifiers. Oh look, the bracket's reseeded. Is it the same matches? This is the question, or are we seeing different teams? Oh, it's reseeded. It looks different. It is different. Yeah, okay. The bracket is slightly different. Okay, cool. In that case, we will be following. I don't know if we're starting yet, though. I haven't gotten words to say we're starting, but the bracket has reseeded. Exclamation mark bracket, by the way. To plug that in, and exclamation mark community casters. That takes you to the channel with all the other community casters. Just off, I'm going to just read the list to you all now. We've got Jackson, Dianic, Wazy, Ryujin, myself, Tom J. Sherlock, Fancy Pixel, Urigan, E-Wave. But I believe they're doing it. So we've got E-Wave and. Do I try and pronounce that? Die Meisterschaft channel. They're going in German. Darius, Ifmabi, and Tebby as well. So we've got quite a lot of us going around community casting. So there's always a lot of action here. So there's plenty of action, plenty of covering. Not everyone is in English, of course. So if you are from the central region of Europe and you don't speak English, there might be some other words. Some other streams going there for you. So do go check them all out, everyone. I can speak with good faith that everyone who is casting is a wonderful human being. They are lovely, and they are great ways to spend your Saturday afternoon. I was this close, because I'm just going to ramble about random things now till the game start, because there's not much else to do. I was this close to having a garden stream today. I was so tempted to just set my laptop out in the garden. We've got like a little got like a bar in my back garden. I was like, I've done a couple of casts from there before where things have had to be difficult with certain teams and stuff, certain timings and stuff on shift work and stuff. So I've had to cast in the garden once or twice. I've got like a massive, like, I think it's like 20-30 foot long Ethernet cable that runs from inside all the way out to the end of the back garden. It's the most bodged together setup I think I've ever worked on, and probably a lot of people probably will have ever seen. But oh my god, it is great. And I was this close today to just going like, right, I'm gonna get in the garden. I'm gonna sit and chill and enjoy the day. So I was this close, and then I was like, I just can't be bothered to move all my stuff outside because my laptop's in the bag down there, and then I've got to move like this and the little red box thing. I'm not even going to risk touching that because then everything will go. Oh, God. Oh, we have a game, right. So we're going to be doing match 34, Team Rejects versus Kuduro. Okay, let's pop this into the thing. Team... Rejects versus Kuduro. So basically, Ogon's feed is going to be following E-Wave today, but E-Wave now have a bye game. So instead it's going to be... I can't word. Instead, we're going to be following the game that will then go into E-Wave's game, should the bracket not change. Obviously, do go give Ogon some love. He's doing a phenomenal job observing for us today. Muchly appreciated, because I was very prepared for today. Definitely did not contact any observers before today to be like, hey, can you cover for me? And maybe next time I'll just observe myself. But I don't like observing myself anymore. Like, I used to do it all the time for these qualifiers, and I've stopped doing it. And A, I suck at observing anyway. B, like any other observer, like Ogon is like... Ogon makes me look like, and all the other great observers, Nanos, just make me look like I've never touched Siege before. I'm shit at observing. I will openly admit that. I just can't observe for the life of me. So I'm more than happy to just like rather someone else do it, because A, it gives a better game for you guys at home, and then also the casting improves because my head's not in two places at once, and it means I don't have a delay. So if someone pops a message in the chat, I can actually respond to it without having to wait 4 minutes for the stream to catch up. So yeah, there's plenty of cool action and stuff coming our way. Let me close old match 80, match 64. We're just working on it out. It's always... Oh, let's just see. Yeah, we'll get there. We're just waiting on everything to reset. As I say, having some challenge mode related issues, so we're just going to sit, chill, wait for the game to go. Also, shout out this stream package. Like, look at this. This is awesome. I hope I'm saying it right. Bene. Bean Bene. Bene. I don't know if there's a way to say that. I don't know if he's watching. Either way, absolute legend. He's been the one contacting, helping us out a lot of community casts, but everyone else at the whole Combine team as an entirety. This stream package is awesome. Like, look at all of this. Like, this is cool. This is better than so much better than some of what I've gotten before. Like, this is awesome. I love this package. So many cool assets and stuff here to use. It all looks great, and like we've got it won't be working just as of yet, but we do have like a map veto as well. That will eventually load in when the game loads properly. It all loads into the game as well. Really, really awesome. So just to update you folks, of course, we just paused for a moment here. Basically, there's some issues with Challenger mode. The admins on the Challenger mode side are dealing with it. TBC on when it is fixed, because basically, if you were following on Challenger mode, we had a set of games made, and then the brackets reset, and we've now got different games. A set of different games being made available to us. So basically, we're just going to have a quick pause. We're just going to wait and see what happens here, and hopefully we will be back to the game in a couple of moments. We won't be far and away for too much longer, I can hope. So we're just going to wait and see what's going on, just to save my voice and save myself from yapping, because if you can't tell, I'm slightly running out of things to talk about here. I'm going to throw us to a couple of minutes break, and we will be back shortly with, hopefully, game number 1 of Combine.
Are you in a field of ice? wasn't scared to see you. Always knew it in my bones that something here was bound to take me home. You said you don't know me well, but I'm your angel in white. I'll be close if you come, I'll be just behind you. You're not on the list, but I can get you inside. Use your mind, listen to my voices, I'll guide you. Give yourself over, yeah, you don't wanna fight. If you do, I'm gonna bid you a hard cold goodnight. Baby, hang on to your ticket, you're doing alright. And if you don't trust it, hold it up to the light. Not you, not here, then I don't know. As above is ever so below. Something here was bound to take me You hear me calling out your name. Let me run to you and escape this place. Stop time, rewind, bring me back to you. How would it be in my heart if you only knew? What if we could stop the world tonight and run away, just you and I, you and I? Wanna stay right here forever, 'cause when we are not together, we don't have tomorrow, so just take me away. What if we could stop the world tonight and run away, just you and I, you and I? Bring me back to you again. Bring me back tonight. We can stop the world again. We can stop the world tonight. Feel my heartbeat, changing rhythm. Know the reason I'm still breathing. Wanna stay right here forever, 'cause when we are not together, we don't have tomorrow, so just take me away. What if we could stop the world tonight and run away, just you and I, you and The wolf, she cries at night. A breath had born in the black wind where the shadows lie. Deep inside despair, our hearts grow fierce, our minds aware. We carry on, oh, we carry on, carry time. I don't wanna free fall, dancing in your call. I die just to know what's on your mind. Spin me for so long, out of your control. I die just to love you one more time. Will you hold me with your eyes? Oh, it burns me up inside. It's like fire. It's like fire. Oh, I'm fighting for my life. Just one touch and I'm alive. It's like fire. It's like fire.
And thank you very much for bearing with us during that pause, folks. Do apologise that things have been not ideal start here, of course, but it's technical issues. The start is always the worst of it, and I can assure you it does only get a little bit better from here. We are finally getting ready to get into our game with our revised bracket here. We're going to be having Rocks Horizon going up against E-Wave here. Of course, players on the side of Rocks Horizon, we're going to have Fire, BMS, Balu, Medi, and Binu as well. Going up against the side of E-Wave, that is going to be Andy, Fave, Hapfel, JSR, and Penosa. So quite a nice stacked up lineup here. Nice little game to get us kicked off underway. Of course, we are all best of ones today. Everything that is going to be played is going to be a best of one matchup. It's just going to be a single game, single map, winner, first 7 round, winner takes all. Hello, it's starting map vetoes. Okay, I'm not going to question anything today. I'm just going to wait until the clean feed starts the game, and then we'll transition into there. Of course, we're just going to sit. We're just going to chill. During that little bit of an intermission, I've installed a tactical team kill tracker. So if there are team kills throughout the course of today, or perhaps any team kills that anyone spots, they're going on the they're going on the box. They're going to go on there because I need something to track on there, because otherwise, there's just needs to be something, and my laptop would normally be there on that central shelf there-ish, but it's in my bag currently. It's like down there in my bag. So my laptop is not there, which is unfortunate, really, if I'm being honest. I have my laptop bangs, laptop good. Oh, hello. It's doing vetoes inside of... I thought we were doing map ban vetoes. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, on the positive side, this means we can actually probably follow the map veto as this kind of goes through. Of course, you do need to bear with me for 2 seconds as I will be updating things. So let's... I don't know if this is going to work. We were told we weren't doing bans on Challenger mode. We were told we were doing bans in map ban. But Challenger mode is doing bans. So I'm not really sure. Okay, we're doing bans in Challenge map ban. Okay, that's fine by me. That is all good. Okay, we're not doing bans in Challenger mode. So it started them automatically, I'm presuming. I'm just like, we'll get there. We will certainly get there. We're just gonna get the map bans through, and then we'll get a viewer link, and then I need to just update the map veto scene, because currently, obviously, it's set for the Challenger mode map vetoes, which is not what we're going to be using this afternoon. We're going to be using map ban. But regardless of, it is that same competitive map pool that you all know and love over the years as well. It is that same, that really awesome same map pool that you all know and love throughout the years. So I'm just going to very quickly here pull this one up, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring us into this scene here, and hopefully as the teams ban the maps, I should be able to filter it through, and it should just come through on the screen for you. So we'll wait for the teams to make their first bans. Now, of course, as I was saying, our competitive map pool here, we have our normal maps. Of course, Siegex obviously just coming out here. This will be one of the first competitions to take place on there, meaning that, of course, we're going to be having 5 of these maps have been not reworked, remastered is the correct term for them. They're featuring the new destructive elements as well as a bit of a graphical update. Of course, that's going to be Bank, Border, Chalet, Clubhouse, and of course, Cafe as well. So plenty of awesome maps there to really... and of course, we're going to be seeing Consulate Labs and Lair coming next season as well. We're in remastered. That just leaves Skyscraper out, which I believe is coming in season 4 of the year. So by the end of the year, all of our competitive maps should be remastered within the currency, which is just pretty cool. It's a nice little touch to have. They look pretty awesome. But we are seeing our first bans start to come on through here. So why don't we go and throw it over into our map ban scene, and I can start to get things updated for you. So our first ban there was a border. And then it was a clubhouse ban. And hopefully, oh, would you look at that? It's updated inside of the scene. So either getting rid of Bank off the board, Rocks Horizon getting rid of Border themselves, and following that up with a clubhouse ban as well. Then we went over towards Skyscraper there, getting rid of our next ban here off the board from one of these two sides, leaving just Chalet, Consulate, Cafe, Lair, and Labs in play for the time being. Of course, only one of these 5 that remain will be played through. It will not be all of the maps being played. It'll obviously just a single best of 1 series, as mentioned. First to 7, regular overtime rules set here. No unlimited overtime shenanigans today, unfortunately. It will just be the bog standard maps here. And, you know, I'm quite glad to see Clubhouse being taken out of the map pool quite early on, because it's a thing I think I quite often find in these qualifiers, where you end up with teams like to go to Clubhouse because it's quite a safe map. Chalet is probably up there as well. Chalet and Labs, they are both still in the veto currently. We're just waiting on the next band to come on through. So they definitely are a possibility that they could be sent on through, and we could end up there, but we'll have to wait and see. Next map to be removed is going to be it's going to be Consulate being taken off the board there. Bit of a nightmare to attack that one, and I understand the sentiment behind it. I think maps that lean quite strong one way or the other aren't good for best of 1s, because if you start on the less favourable of 2 sides, you're going into that second half 5-1 down, maybe at worst. That's for example on a Skyscraper, very difficult to attack. You're going 5-1 down, and you've got to make that comeback, and you've not got buffer maps to work with. You've just got that single map, and if you lose that, that's your qualifier. All of the points you could earn today completely gone. You need to make sure you're maximising points out of this one, and that is exactly what teams are going to be seeking to do. As we see our next band coming in from E-Wave, that is of course going to be Chalet, as well as our final set of bands coming on through here. Lair and the Cafe are going to follow, leaving our decider as Nighthaven Labs, where it is going to be these will be the correct sides for you. We're going to be heading towards a Nighthaven Labs here, of course. It's going to be E-Wave starting on the attack, and then Rocks Horizon starting on the attack, should we come towards an overtime later on in the day. And Nighthaven Labs, what a map, what a battleground to be starting things off on. I love this map. It's a shame it's not one of the CGX maps, but you know what? I don't mind it in the slightest. Love a bit of Labs action. I love a bit of shooty bang bang on Labs. It's becoming one of these classical maps. I feel it's slowly working its way through, much more popular nowadays than I think it used to be in these pools. So now all we got to do is just wait for the game to get underway. Obviously the clean feed has been set on a 4-minute delay, so as soon as I know when the game is ready, I'll give you all the heads up. But yeah, we are moments away now. Obviously, thank you everyone for bearing with during this. It's obviously not been ideal. I know we were supposed to start just over an hour ago now, and we're still just getting into lobby 1, but doesn't matter. We're getting there at the end of the day. It's all that matters, and hopefully we can have a good old afternoon of Siege here. Good old bit of action. Good old bit of fun. Obviously, APL has just finished off this morning. Or is APL still going? I'm not sure how many games there were for APL. Guz is still live, so I'm presuming APL is still up and going. So there you go. So if you want to go and watch APL, go and watch APL. I believe it's North today, so that's your Korean and Japanese teams going to be playing on. If you want to watch some Tier 1 action, but I don't know why you would. I mean, EU, region offs. I'm such a devil. Always, whichever region I'm currently streaming on, that's always the one I'll say. The only region I'll never admit is better is NA. Anyone else, yeah, fair game, man. We get there in the end of the day. So now, of course, we just wait for the game to get underway, really. So Nighthaven Labs between these two sides. Of course, one of them is going to be on, you know, that favourable side. Oh, look, it's going to reload the scene there. So we'll just get through the map veto again. Let it play through on the screen for if you missed it the first time around. You see, and this is the other thing, you know, while we're here watching this come through again, shout out whoever made this stream packaging, whoever made this with challenge mode. I've been trying for the last, ages to try and pull things from challenger mode, map vetoes and stuff, so I could get them. I don't know how they've done it. I really don't know, and I kind of want to go and pick someone's brain to work out how to do it, because for, last qualifiers where they don't give us this stuff, it's, really handy to have. But either way, this is awesome. I love this. And not only does it look cool, obviously it's all like, you know, complete broadcast package. I mean, look at that, beautiful stuff right there. Obviously, Nighthaven going to be our battleground of choice. It's going to be a nice, let's say, nice even sort of start to the game. Right, let's put Spotify on pause because that's really starting to get distracting now. And of course, you know, we can continue to talk about our wonderful. Obviously, you know, we are on Siege X now, and obviously, you've been having Tier 1 played for the last couple of weeks, so I'm going to sound like I'm beating a dead horse here. But you know what? Again, we've got nothing else to talk about. So, obviously, with the new Siege X, we have that new operator band system that's come into the game where you make 2 bands at the start and then you make another band and you never play against your own bands. I'm loving it. I don't know what you folks sitting at home are thinking about it, but let me tell you what, this new band system is absolutely spicy. It's great fun. I think it adds a lot of depth to the game, and the banding system, not only does it add that depth from just on the surface level of being able to be reactive to teams, as well as you're able to react to what strategies are coming on through, and you're able to play these like mind games with your bands. Not only is there that, you also have this really awesome little thing of you're able to bring these bands on through in a you're not playing against your own bands, and I think that's the main thing there. Because you're not playing against your own bands, what you end up with is this system where you can be more bold with your operator bands. Let's say you get rid of a Thermite and an Ace in the old system. You are going to struggle with hard breach. Just as much as the enemy will, you are going to struggle as well. Whereas with this new system, unless they ban on the hard breaches as well, you're not going to struggle with that. So you see teams making these, I say, bolder bands just a little bit more often. And I just think it adds that extra layer of excitement and a bit of spice to the game here. So I'm hoping, I've got my fingers crossed that so just trying to organise next Saturday's shenanigans. Obviously, we have as I sort of mentioned earlier on a little bit, have the wonderful pleasure of going to see Linkin Park up at Wembley next Saturday. So we're trying to all sort out travel. If you're aware, they cancelled a show yesterday, so it's kind of like we're all trying to organise lastminute.com. But we are getting teams, so we have quite a chunk of E-Wave in the lobby right now. We're just waiting on some of the members from Rocks to join in, a couple more E-Wave members, and we'll be able to get underway for you all. So. And from what is going on in the cast chat, we have a full lobby now, because obviously the clean feed I've got is on a 3-minute delay or a 4-minute delay. I don't know what the rule is for this tournament, but either way, we have we do obviously have a delay on the clean feed, which means I can be live, but also I'll get the heads up when the game's going to start. So I believe we have a full lobby. We're ready to go. So hopefully we'll not be too much longer here for you guys for this one. Hopefully only a couple more minutes we'll just be waiting on. But in the meantime, you know, obviously let's just recap everything, because you might just be joining us. Combine through to Rumble, through to South Breach, through to the T2 Grand Final, through to Tier 2 Grand Final, in towards Challenger Series, into Challenger Series to EML. So it's a possible pipeline into T1 here, and it all could start today for one of these two teams. And of course, today is Open Qualifier number 1 of Combine. We have a second one taking place tomorrow, as well as 2 more next weekend. If you've not signed up, go get yourself signed up for them. The reason I'm saying to do so is because, as I say, you can get yourself into Tier 1, you can get yourself to the offline final of Combine in Dusseldorf, and not only is that, it's just a great opportunity to see how you stack up against some of the best T2 teams we've got here in Siege. So, really exciting day. Hopefully, you know, now we're going to be getting into it. We're going to be getting there, and there you go. I've just been given the green mark from Ogon, and I want to give Ogon another shout out as well. A wonderful observer this afternoon. Go give Ogon some love on socials. Massively do appreciate providing the clean feed to us. So we are now 4 minutes out of the game. So we're almost there. We're almost there, and we can get to some wonderful Siege casting. I've burnt half my throat just sitting here talking for the last hour, and I'm already like now dying. Continue signing in. No, I do not want to sign into something. Thank you very much. There we go. So, Nighthaven Labs, that's the one. Obviously, it's all about the points in this qualifier. What the whole goal of today is going to be getting as many points out of each qualifier as you can. That is the goal. That is the idea. All you need to do is, as soon as you hit top 32, which is, to my knowledge, means you win. Okay, the next game. So 2 best of ones under your belt, and you're going to start earning points. The longer you stay alive after that, the more points you're going to earn. So just 2 BO1s, 14 rounds away, and you're going to be getting yourself some points. You're going to be getting yourself some overtime, some points, and you're getting yourself that little bit closer because you need to stay in the top 16 if you want to be making your way into the next stage of the competition. That, of course, being the division clash. You want to make it there? Well, you got to be top 16 here out of the odd 100 teams we've got. So you need to be in the top 16% or so. It's a difficult road, won't lie. A lot of these teams are very, very good at what they do. I'm sure you'll come to see that, but maybe you can do it. And obviously, you can't sign up for today's qualifier, but if you want to sign up for next week's or tomorrow's qualifier, still go do so. Just exclamation mark bracket, go get in there, get around and go and see what's going on, because you know what, there's always some really great action going on. I think that's the main thing here. It's always a lot of fun to go, even as someone who sucks at comp. I've played a couple of games of comp. Yeah, exactly. I've played that for my couple. I've played a couple of games of comp. It is a lot of fun. It's very difficult. It's very stressful, but it is a lot of fun. And if you're better at Siege than me, you might fare a little better than I did, because I played in Tom J. Sherlock's tits. No, Tom's Invitational tour was the tits. I just said I played in Tom's tits. Right. Anyway, played in those, great fun tournaments. Would go, I actually recommend those if you can. Go and get involved in those when he does the randomised ones. They're a lot of fun, and it means the shitters like me that can't play Siege can actually have a bit of a chance to do well. So I would 100% go and check those out. They're always a lot of fun, and yeah, that's the closest I've ever gotten to comp experience, but it's always fun. It's always good vibes in there, so I'd go check those out. Or bring your rank 5 stack in here tomorrow and see how you stack up against the rest. You never quite know, because the one thing, you know, and I think this is one thing as well that Tit highlights, is occasionally, despite being a pretty awful player, I can occasionally pop off against the good players, and you never know. You might just be able to worm your way into some points. You might be able to get yourself further. You never do truly know. But regardless of, we are approaching that mark now. We're at 13-12. When that clock at the bottom says 13-12, we will have a game on our hands. Our first one of the afternoon. Rocks Horizon versus E-Wave Esports. That's going to be coming your way in just a couple of seconds. Nighthaven Labs will be our battleground of choice. Just a single best of one. 7 rounds to decide who goes on, who gets eliminated from today. Of course, single elimination best of one. So for all day, every single match today, from now all the way till the end, it is do or die. There is no room for error, and you're going to have to be on your mark from the get-go, and that get-go is going to be coming your way in any possible seconds. So finally, you're going to be so happy to hear, because I'm not going to need to, you're not going to sit here with my yapping anymore. We are ready to get into the game. Our first one of the day, Nighthaven Labs, Rocks Horizon versus E-Wave Esports. Let's get into, the clean feed's not shown on there. Oh wait, can we get the clean feed, please? Okay. Let's just right, window capture. Check. Window. VLC. Okay, so apparently it just doesn't like to capture VLC on that. That is all cool. Oh wait, I forgot I can do it this way, can't I? Add path/network stream. No, I can't do it this way. I can do it this way. Hold on, we will get there. We will certainly get there. Give me all of 2 seconds. I'm just going to plonk the feed in quickly for you all. And go. Is that going to go? Play. Nope, that is not going to play. Okay. We will instead do just do a good old display capture. There we go. That counts. That will do. And then I just need to give you guys sound as well. Obviously, it will be quite handy to have that one. Hopefully, this should then... Do we have sound? No, we do not have sound. Okay, we'll just have to do desktop sound. So I apologise if you hear any noises that are not Siege. But we would like to do this one, please. Okay, so apparently we just don't have sound on... Does OBS just not like to hear sound today? Interesting. OBS just isn't really wanting to hear any sound today. That is really peculiar. I will try and sort this, but I think for the moment, the most important thing is, of course, going to be let's just get into the game, get it underway, and I'll see what I can do for you all in terms of sound in just a moment for you all. But either way, Rocks Horizon versus E-Wave going to be coming your way now. So, of course, Rock's going to be starting over here on the defensive side of Nighthaven Lambs. A favourable position to be in, of course, here, top floor CC as well. Good spot to be in. Good, nice starting defensive side. And looks like a well-rounded lineup here coming in from the defense. Of course, what is going to be the goal here is going to be this main IT wall. Get the breach open, and immediately E-Wave are doing just that there. EMPs, Selma charges, and with that, low difficulty, the wall is open, but focus elsewhere on towards Aqua, because we've now got E-Wave already starting to make an entrance here. Have to be cautious of the flank, but already looking to start to push towards the site. And as well, with that barricade shut, that adds as a bit of flank watch for them. It might actively work against the defense here, but luckily for their sake, all 5 members of Rocks Horizon are currently on the top floor, anchoring on the objective. So for E-Wave, they've got quite free map control right now, and they've realised that they're taking full advantage of it. And a minute into the round, already knocking on the door of the objective here, as you can see, Hatful going to be knocking up here on the door, looking for that entryway in towards the objective, try to find their way on through and see if there's some way that they can get themselves into this objective. Of course, the question then does come of exactly how do they want to do that? What is the way through? How do they get themselves in? First up, it's going to be a brawl between Hatful, of course, back up towards his back aqua position here. The Blackbeard slowly moving on in. Frag Grenade's not going to go. Fire wants to go for something, takes a little bit of damage, has to fall back, but you can see here, Medi playing up close with the mute shotgun there, playing the close angle, and Fire takes the head off of the Blackbeard there. Good opening pick now for Rocks there, as the Soul Shield that survived the ban phase is taken off of the lobby here. Penosa making a bit of an entry down from the bottom of Garage, but Fire is on fire right now. Takes down 2. Andy does get one backed away of E-Wave now, making it 4 versus 3, but the members of E-Wave, they just keep on dropping. BMS takes down Penosa, 2 versus 4. Now Andy comes in with a second for the round, now 3 versus 2. Still a decent position here for the defense to hold. They've still got that man advantage and 53 seconds left for the attack to work with here, and they've gotten themselves a little bit cornered here. They have to make this push in from connected here. They're going to try and make the hop in. Pinch on the player playing close to the door. He does get down. So now we can try and stick the diffuser, but the cover's been taken down now. And that puts Fave in a very difficult spot right now. It's a 1 versus 2. Crossfire is being held here. Medi's going to take the kill, and Rocks Horizon going to walk away with a very comfortable round 1 here and a good start to the game. And that was a pretty good round from Rocks. I can't lie. That was a very good hold there. And I was a bit worried for them at first, just considering the fact that E-Wave obviously did have that initial position of where they really quite struggled with the right. So hopefully this should now, if I get rid of the display capture. Oh, look at that. We have sound and professional siege. Professional sieger. And of course, if I just update that monitor output, that can go. I'm not going to have the output on here, am I? Now I'm not going to have sound. If I just play... Am I going to give me sound? No, that is not going to get... Okay, you know what? I can cast without sound. I'd rather you guys on the stream have sound than me have sound. So I'm going to just essentially cope without the sound for now and just let me know if it is too loud or not. Technical issues be glorious today. Favourite speaker? I'll give it a go. But anyway, round number 2 now, of course. So good start there from a side of Rocks. Quite impressed with what I did see from them there. Obviously, as I said, they got the read onto what E-Wave were trying. Both teams had quite a good read in all things considered, and that's something that I'd say is a bit of a more of a rarity here in these open qualifiers, just because you do quite often get these sides and these matches where you've got teams that are going up against each other without much of an idea of how each other play, and you tend to see teams struggle to read against each other sometimes. It gets a bit chaotic at points, but that really wasn't the case too much there at all. Actually, quite impressive what I saw from both teams there, and hopefully the indicator that we're going to have a bit of a heater of a match in our hands here. But yeah, that of course will have to come and wait and see. As already E-Wave looking to make some challenges on towards the players here, already looking to make that push on through here. You can see JSR spearheading this assault, leading things on through, trying to see if he can make anything happen, of course. Drone now comes on through, and as you can hear, the air jabs as well being placed here. E-Wave just trying to lock down this first floor here. A bit more presence on it this time from the side of Rocks in terms of a Roman and extended hold. Candela makes its way down into Exo, not going to be finding any mark there, and it seems like E-Wave might just want to go a bit direct here. They've gotten the whiff that the site is relatively vacant, so there's a possibility that they can just make their push on, and that's exactly what they're going to be wanting to do here. Faith now up at the door, faced with a castle barricade. Of course, going to blow it open with the Ash charge there, and now they can see their way in towards the objective. So Candela's continue to make on through, and would you look at that? Fave's in a good position to plant right here, but the vertical, you have ignored it, but it doesn't seem to matter. Baloo goes down, and that's going to be a successful plant popping off there for the side of E-Wave. No, it's not. Hold on, there's a flank coming in from Medi, coming up huge, takes down 2. Diffuser is down, however, but now the E-Wave have to hold this post plant here. You can see Andy upstairs does take down BMS, knows about the second, playing it close with the shotgun, but it's a really messy post plant right now. And Andy needs to win this gunfight, can't quite do it, and that just leaves Hatful to try and pick up the pieces here. But you need to move quickly because there's someone on the diffuser, and you can't even get the kills. Rocks Horizon, they take their second 2 rounds in a row now. E-Wave, yet again, I really like the idea from them there, but just unfortunately not going to be a successful one. And it is unfortunately going to be costing them that round. So now as we head back through on towards here, head towards the next objective here to see what can go cooking between these two sides here and how things can really get going underway. And now we will sit and we will wait and we will see exactly what tends to go on through. Of course, right now, it's looking pretty good for the side of Rocks right now. 2 rounds off in a row, and this is now going to be that tertiary bomb site, right? You're now going to want to be able to see whether E-Wave are going to be able to make that conversion through, because a 2 to 4 attacking split, that's not too bad of an outcome there. I'd be happy enough with that outcome on a Lighthaven Labs. Right now, though, Rocks are looking really, really good right now, and I've got to put that in part to their operator ban choices here. The Blackbeard and the Blitz and the Montaigne being taken off the board. That is really restricting the shield play that E-Wave are obviously quite relying heavily upon. They're really liking to use that Blackbeard of what I've seen from them so far. And not having the other shields available to them does seem to be hurting them just a little bit. So now, of course, wait to see what goes on through, of course. C4 already prepped on the window here by Binu. Oh, I like this. I like this angle a lot here. Anyone from E-Wave goes up those stairs, they are almost certainly dead. But no, C4 is going to be thrown. Not quite going to be able to hit its mark just there, unfortunately, for the side of Rocks. And that's going to get E-Wave yet again another good early entry on the IT wall here, as always for this sort of central site on Lighthaven Labs. You just want to try and clear this second floor out first. That's the first call of action. Get rid of these roamers, and to do so, you're going to need to be getting rid of Binu, who, you know, on the mirror, ready to try and hold this as well as the Azami. This top floor here is turning into a little bit of a fortress by the side of Rocks. And it's going to make things very, very difficult here for the side of E-Wave, should they want to make an entry. Candela's going on. Are we just going to try the direct thing yet again? I hope we're not. E-Wave just seemingly wanted to send players in, but that's what happens. They've not done their due diligence. Fire's down below, ready to welcome them in. Medi gets another as well, and E-Wave, yet again, going for direct approach, but Rocks, they're aware of the game right now. They know what's coming for them, and well, JSR can try on the top floor. It's not going to last for too much longer as Bino picks up their first of the game. 2 versus 4 now for the side of E-Wave to try and clutch themselves out of, but Bino just continues to hold on to this top floor here. Can't quite find the third. Penosa does get it back, but it's a 1 versus 3 situation here on the Thatcher. A single EMP in pocket, nothing in the way of frags or stuns to help you clear out these defenders, and this one for the side of Rocks Horizon should be a surely done deal here, as they're looking pretty solid to take a 3-0 lead here. And I think that was the issue here for the side of E-Wave, of course. The first 2 rounds were good. I liked the idea of doing these direct takes on repeat, but then you do them for the 3rd time running, and obviously Rocks have gotten the read into that, and they know we can just hold these power positions off of the objective. We can just hold these other sites. Use the C4. Use the EMP to deny the C4 going off, however, but now you're in a difficult spot. You're inside of the objective. Goomine in your foot in a 1 versus 3 with players all over the place on the side of Rocks, and they really want to go in, fish for this kill here. You see the head of the Legion, can't quite find it, take a lot of damage in return, and with that, Medi closes out, and the round goes the way of Rocks. And yet again, I think it's just that issue of, for the side of E-Wave, they go very direct there. They go very in. and they go all in before they've done their extra work. You need to make sure when you're going into these attacks, you are having not that, for example, there, the vertical underneath that control, that needs to be cleared out, because if you hop in that window and there's someone playing it down below, as we saw, it's just suicide. And Rock's there, going to triple through on the shield bands there. E-Wave getting rid of the mute as well. Operator that has been perhaps restricting their drone efforts, but now I think now the strategy change for the side of E-Wave needs to come in. What can be done differently? Because right now, as it stands, it's looking incredibly good for Rocks on their defensive half. 3-0 up. And well, this could be quite a quick one, despite a pretty quick first round here. But never say never, right? Obviously, new set of bans, bit of a pause in the middle of this half. And already, well, Rocks can say, can they keep this momentum going? Get to return to this top floor now. And funnily enough, this was probably the hardest objective for them. This was the closest of the 3 rounds that we've seen so far coming in from these two teams. So interested to see what it obviously brings on the second go around of it. But right now, for the side of E-Wave, things do need to change. And well, look at that operator lineup. We're not going to be doing the Ying hopping anymore. We're going to be going for a little bit more of a traditional lineup here. Foregoing the Thatcher to bring the Grim and the Nomad. Obviously cautious of these flanks and wanting to help on the execute. But can they do it? That is going to be the question raised off of them. E-Wave wanted to make an entry here, aware that there is a player in the basement there, all the way down below. That is, of course, going to be Baloo. Playing downstairs, hiding behind in nanotech. They're just chilling out there in the middle area of the basement there. Drone's going to be coming on through, and the role here of this Valkyrie more than anything. Oh, no. I don't think E-Wave know he's still down there. Uh-oh, this could be a massive problem right now, because if Baloo gets the idea that there's players behind them, well, that could be 3. But luckily, Andy is going to come in on the drone, find the player. And now here comes that difficult retreat for the Valkyrie. That's what the goal is going to be. A duel here with JSR on this Nomad here. And this is one that E-Wave really need to be winning. I have to question, why is JSR trying to push this on their own? Here finally comes the supporting from Andy from behind, but Medis comes down to support his own teammate, and that gives an advantageous one to Rocks as trades go back and forth and this basement's turned into a bloodbath. But it is yet again the defense coming out on top there. I'm sure Baloo does eventually lose his life, but you knew what you were signing up for in that position. You knew what you were signing up for down in that bottom position. You knew you down there, you're probably not going to last very long. But not only did you burn almost half of the round, you also were able to get rid of the Buck and the Nomad, 2 very pivotal operators there for the side of E-Wave. And they're going to struggle to deal without them. Meanwhile, on the defense, well, they've now got a dead Valkyrie who can just sit on the Valkyrie cameras all game, and I don't think she's going to mind that all too much at all. Pushing to connector now has to come through for E-Wave, but they're struggling with these mirror windows, of course, in the way, denying that presence through. Do eventually shatter it, I believe, so they should be able to make the push up just a little bit, but you can see Rocks have the players in the correct positions, have the ideas. No C4s do remain, however, so at least utility advantage goes the way of E-Wave, and if the kills keep coming on through, man count might just as well. Faves takes down Medi there, but gets a bit overzealous on it. Bino pops up with 2 massive kills. BMS gets another, and just like that, it collapses yet again for E-Wave as Vox Horizon. They're looking incredibly good right now. As that round just in from conception, from start to finish there, that was a very good round. That's exactly what I like to see from them. Then the Valkyrie playing down below, and as soon as she realized that it was a little bit too difficult, a little bit close for comfort there, they brought down JSR. They brought down, I believe it was BMS, came to support Binu. Came downstairs to support, and that's the massive difference here for the side of Rocks. They're playing together, and even if they did do the right thing, but if you're going to support your teammate with someone else, if you're going to play as a team and support each other, well, we're just going to support each other, and then it becomes that. And obviously, E-Wave will not anticipate in there. And Rocks, well, looking incredibly good so far. Medi, 7-1 so far. Fire, 4-1. Binu, 4-2. Incredible stat line so far from the side of Rocks, and looking really good for it right now. On the side of E-Wave, we've got Andy, who's been having a decent game so far, but the rest of the team really struggling to get into this one. And hopefully, for their sake, this one changes, because Rocks, if they've got their 4, which I would argue is the good place to be after a defensive half on Labs, now I have to question in, is there going to be any bite back from the side of E-Wave? Because if you can't get at least one of these next 2 rounds over the board, when you flip over to the second half, things are going to be a little bit worrisome here, I feel, for the side of E-Wave. And obviously, single elimination bracket. You do not want to be going out of these things early. You want to be lasting in them as long as possible. And that one may be quite difficult to do if things don't change here for E-Wave, but they might just be changing. Star player Medi goes down early on as Andy confirms the kill there, gets the revive back onto Panzora, and now we're sitting in the 4 versus 5. So good start now for E-Wave. Question is how can they convert this one on through? They've still got quite a bit of map to clear. 2 minutes, 20 seconds to do so. See already plenty of players here from Rocks on this first floor. Still got 3 of them lurking on about. They are in positions where they are prepared to retreat, as we're going to see Binu get ready to do now. But Balu finds down JSR, takes down Niana. And now we're back equalised 4 versus 4. The man advantage that was started this round with not going to be saying its way on through as Rocks prepare to make their retreat, but they're going to take down a few more before they get there. Hatful's going to go down to Binu there, holding the position from underneath the cargo stairs, and now Rocks can fully retreat. They've gotten themselves a man advantage. They've done what the Rome set out to do. Now they can just seek to play out the remaining half of this round on the objective itself, and there's not really too much else here for them to do as the defense bar really wait for them to come, really. Panzora already on quite low HP. Fave currently the one best for wear. AK-12 in hand. We know how much damage this gun can do, but it's still going to be quite a difficult ask to do as you might try to make your way down to this basement, but you've got decent vertical options there. You've got breach and charge and ash launchers as well. Obviously not as ideal as the sledge, but at least there's contingencies there from the attack. I've given them these options should things go wrong. And the question really lies now of how can they adapt. But you can see BMS is already holding the angles, and any pushes from the top floor, any aggression is being responded to as Andy gets brought down to just a sliver of HP there. Has to be incredibly careful how they play out the rest of this one here. 55 seconds to go, and E-Wave still looking for that opener, looking for that entryway into this one. Meanwhile, Rocks, they're quite happy to just wait and let them come as they pick up another here. 2 versus 4 now for the side of E-Wave. As Rocks here to drop down. They know the players attacker down, but they're not over-swinging it. They're playing it cautiously. They're waiting. The hop into Animus has come on through, but for E-Wave, the question really lies of what comes from here. You vault into the objective, you go for a plant. Whatever you do, it almost certainly results in death, unless Panzora can go up huge. Takes down Fire, makes this into a 3 versus 2 here, but still boxed in. 20 seconds to go. E-Wave need a way out of this, and they need a way out of it now. Trying to bait out the diffuser here. Pros do fake, but caught in the middle of a reload there. BMS and Binu get one apiece, and Rocks Horizon take their 5th in a row here. 5-0 lead right now, and things are looking worrisome on the side of E-Wave. Final round of the defensive half now. 5-1. You could argue there's a recovery to be made, but 6-0. I hate to say it, but I think it might just be a little bit done if we get to that point. Unless we see one of the most defending-sided Nighthaven labs I've ever seen. You never know. Love, you never really know, and this is the other thing with this game. Things can swap when you hit that halfway point. Things can just totally change. That is something that can happen. It's something that does happen. And it's always going to be something that, well, you never know what can transpire as we approach this second half. But right now, for this first half at least, it's been all Rocks, Horizon, and I was a bit worried when Medi went down as the opening pick for that previous round, but it's just showing the performance that the whole team is putting in right now. Everyone is positive by at least the kill. So obviously you've got the players like Medi and Binu who are just absolutely on fire right now, doing an incredible job. Really, really impressed with what I've been seeing from them so far. And as you can tell, they're really spearheading the lead that Rocks Horizon are having right now, because anything E-Wave have, it's just responded to with so much more from the defense. Well, one final round here on the attack. The question is, what can E-Wave get cooking? And yet again, Rocks responded. Last time, oh no, not last time. I'm going on the Delulu, but already having that basement prep there. Wanting to hold on to that vertical, and this is the thing, E-Wave need to deal with that this time. They can't neglect it and go for a direct push. Lineup suggests they're not going to. They're going to try and clear the top floor, work down, which is a bit more of a standard take for this objective here. Looking at that, you've got the Ram, you've got the Buck, those contingencies for vertical, as I mentioned there. They know there's one on the rafter stairs there, but why are we firing it with the bailiff? Because now BMS is not only aware, has been able to get away there relatively scot-free. Just has to try and make the retreat, but there's no one really covering from E-Wave anymore as Hepfo goes down. And that is disaster struck there. What should have been a nice free kill there for the side of the attack. Well, not only have Rocks gotten away with the player, but they've also gotten away with a kill out of it. Man advantage early in the round goes the way of the defense. minute 45 left to go now. Grimby's coming on in, but not really much dislodgement happening here on this top floor right now. Everyone is remaining quite so stationary. The hopping does come on through. Eventually, Andy does take down Vinu, but immediately a trade back from Medi, and his top floor still proving troublesome. They need to get aggressive. Half the round to play with here. Balu does go down as well. 3 versus 3, even playing field right now. But they have to be cautious of the players behind. Melody trying to get something big going, gets one, but immediately traded back. Good work there from E-Wave to keep things even, and that prompts Fire to have to make the retreat back up towards the objective, because the only thing sitting on it right now is quite a low health BMS, but behind the chassis, I don't think this position's been droned out here. Zami could make something happen here, keep a barricade as well for the attack. They've got a minute to go. Quite a few free drones still remaining as well. So, as well as the Grimbees and a lot of those boogie drones. But we're not going to see any of those. Then it's actually just going to be a plant attempt coming in through from Faith here. Seems like it should be able to be stuck on through, and yes, it will be. Now that vertical that's been ever so crucial here. Look at that. It's now going to just be used against the defense, and Rocks now are faced up with a very, very difficult retake here. I know there's one outside and very likely one above as well. They need to try and take these as 2v1 situations, but BMS is going to go outside, gets taken down for it. Andy gets one back, and Fire now left with it all to do. 22 seconds, pistol in hand, shotgun, not an ideal weapon for a clutch. Has an idea about the one up above, but time against you, man count against you, the whole world against you, and finally E-Wave going to get around across the line here. 5-1 half there. Not a great showing from the attack, but at least they're not staring down a map point just yet, and possible a couple more rounds left in this one. But of course, before we can get to that second half, ban phase yet again. Hey, yeah, Clash rework. I haven't seen any Clash yet. She was banned last half, in all fairness to them. She was banned in the last half, so I haven't seen any of her yet. But she is... Ooh, I want to see some Clash play today. That's what I really want to see. I've not had too much of an opportunity really to watch a lot of the T1 leagues as much as I think I would have liked to over the last week or so. I've been quite busy. So I want to see some Clash play. I want to see some of this really new CJX stuff really come through. Of course, I want to see this stuff start to happen and start to really come through. Question, of course, then is, well, do we see it or not? Because the Clash is open, but we're not going to be seeing her. Instead, rather, it's going to be a control storage defense first, actually, coming through for E-Wave. Not often a primary bomb site on labs. You do see teams mostly go for the top floor, sometimes the basement, but middle floor. Interesting choice, bit of a different one, but of course, they've got a strategy in mind, and this is the thing. I will give it to E-Wave. Everything I've seen from them, for the most part, it's been quite calculated. A lot of what they're doing has a plan, has a backing behind it. I think for me, it's just lacking in the execution, in that firepower, more specifically, is where they've been struggling. Whereas for the side of Rocks, it is also backed up with plan, but also pretty good. They've also got some incredible fraggers on that team. Medi, for example, been doing an impeccable job so far this game. Really enjoying what I'm seeing from them. 9-3 so far. It's only in 6 rounds. That's a kill and a half per round there. A real great stat line to be sitting upon as round number 7. Well, for Rocks, 2 rounds to get this one all the way through, and for E-Wave, it's a bit of a comeback story that needs to happen, but you're now on the favourable side, and I like as well, I want to talk about it, the Solace pick here. Oh, hold on, pause that thought for a moment there. Fave's getting in an early gunfight, dies quite early on. Fenrir gone off the board there, and that's the basement entirely free now for the attack to start roaming on through. And as I was sort of saying, putting Andy on the Solace there, an operator that's going to be lurking, getting a lot of high-impact kills in this game. Put the player who's doing well on it, because this site, this control storage site, it's incredibly vertical. Almost all of the plant positions can either be watched from above or down from below. And as a result of that, it's going to make things very, very difficult for E-Wave to get a plant down or anything like that. Because as you can see, Andy's is going to feed on intel through. Anyone droning, anyone making breaches, any boogie drones, anything of that sort, it's going to be read on through there by the defense, and they can make the adaptations, and plants are going to be hard to do. But of course, it does mean that Andy's going to need to stay alive. IT ball now opened up here for the side of the attack. Going to be able to make their way on through, of course, should they want to, but Medi's holding the long angle there. Trying to catch anyone from E-Wave that gets a bit over-aggressive on the swing, but I just don't think anyone from E-Wave should be sticking their head out of there. Meanwhile, though, Fire can now start to use that vertical. We talked about it. Now use it down from below, on the other side, rather. Start to open things up. Hatpool does go down. Bao just storming through E-Wave right now. Reduces them just to 2. Diffusers going down. JSR tries to go for a retake. BMS catches one back. And just like that, flawless round comes on through for the side of Rocks Horizon as they now approach match point here. And any one of these next 5 rounds goes their way, and Nighthaven Labs will be done. And I think a little bit of disappointment for E-Wave, in all honesty there. I was hoping to see a little bit more from them, and especially after the first few rounds, we've seen some great things from them. We've seen some really, really good ideas, but execution has just been lacking there. And I think that was another round where it demonstrated they had a clear goal in mind. It was very obvious to me what they were trying to do with that round there, but it just didn't go to plan. And whether it was Fave dying right off the bat down below in Animus, or whether it was the top floor just getting dismantled, and then Rocks doing what E-Wave were and not able to do at all, which is make a direct successful plant take work. Whatever it was, it just worked perfectly for Rocks there. Flawless round for them, and they're going to be going up to this map point here with their heads held quite high, of course. And, well, take a quick look at the bracket here and see how things are going to be fading on through for the next side of these two teams. So the winner of this game will be going up against Oblivion Gaming, who have had a bye game. That is Cloudy, Max, Shmari, Robbie, and Steno going to be playing there. On that side there is R9B, Robbie, Rebby. One of the three. Anyway, either way, that is going to be Oblivion going up next against the winner of this one. And right now, Rocks Horizon are only 1 round away from making that one happen. So it could be incredibly, incredibly exciting one for them here, should they be able to close this one out. But finally, we're seeing Hapfel going to be going on towards the clash. See what they can do there. Vertical being opened up here, and it allows Fire to watch on. So any bandit tricking shenanigans attempted here from E-Wave will be punished. And he wants to try and challenge the gunfight, but the Exothermic coming on through. It's cool to just retreat back, not give your life away early, because it's quite an extended hold right now for E-Wave, and Rocks get a wind of that. They might just try and send it again. As you see, a lot of the site right now is pretty vacant, pretty empty. But here it comes, the responses coming in on through. Hatfield going to be challenging on towards IT, and it seems like the plan here for E-Wave is stop them in their tracks, and at least for Panoza, it's going to work right off the bat. Binu does go down there. Thermite's gone. He's done his main job. Of course, would have been nice to have him for the end of the round, but Fire's got can openers in pocket, still available to them. So 5 versus 4, man advantage going the way of E-Wave. They've spotted the Montaigne trying to make his way up in through Warehouse. But will he be able to be stopped in his tracks? There's barbed wire there. Can't really deal with it on his own because it takes the shield down to deal with it. He's going to get his head taken clean off. Needs a teammate support or to find an alternative method. And with a minute 20 to go, Rocks might have to make a bit of quick pace on this one here, as real hurdle being thrown in the mix by E-Wave right now. And this hold working out for them quite well. It's just they need to be ready for the adaptation to go around the other way. As you can see, Bayou going to be going around the other side, or Baloo going around the other side. Try and make their way on through. Now looking towards this connector. Oh, I saw the head there from Melly, but didn't quite see it on his end. Didn't take the gunfight. But they need to make a move on now. Need to get going, Rocks. And a challenge there from E-Wave does get punished for, and he goes down. And that one was just a bit of an overpeak there, I feel, as the moving towards connector comes on through. Rocks now knocking on the door of this objective. Can start to get the Montaigne into position here. Shield versus shield. The thing is, Baloo in this difficult corner spot there with the shield opened up. You have to be quite careful, but now you've got a Clash trying to deal with you. Turns his back to him. Hatfield was more than happy to take that freebie, and that's all onto Fire. Left 1 versus 4. 30 seconds to keep it going here. Stuck outside of the IT breach. Position is known. Players swinging you left, right, and centre. Trying to find anything and everything he can, but such low HP. Clash behind you. Panoza behind you. He's not going to last too much longer, and it's going to be E-Wave taking their second round of the game here and staying alive just a little while longer. Now we head into round number 9. Approaching the double digits mark of this one now. E-Wave going to be going back towards control storage. Did get flawless on it in the first round of this half, but they believe they have what it takes on the second go around of it. They're not going to be trying the exact same lineup of operators, of course, mainly. So I think swapping out the Solace for Bandit there. Alternative options will be had. And now, well, 5. Evens yet again. The board has been reset, and Rocks now going to have to try and work their way through this one. I'm quite curious to see. E-Wave don't really want to go towards that basement. at all. We want to be trying this second floor, or this first floor out rather, yet again, see if they can make a difference happen. May be able to, may not be able to. Well, only time will tell on that front. And I do like the lineup here for me, Rev. It's well-rounded. You've got the Legion and the Fenris to really slow them down. And it's all about making this top floor into that sort of extension of the site. It's making it into that secondary fortress here for these defenders. It's about making sure that you can hold on to it, burn the time, and more importantly, deny the attackers the vertical. Key thing here is obviously Fave can't be done within the first 10 seconds of the round. He's not going to be sticking his head out of Anima's door going for spawn peaks this time. I don't think that's going to be as much of a worry here. Coming in from the side of Rocks, rather, I think E-Wave will be quite comfortable with that one, and they'll be happy enough with how things are going here. So now it really lies on him. What exactly does the game plan look like here for Rocks? How do they get themselves and deal in with this one? They've already made the connect wall nice and opened up. IT is having work done on it as well. Can Andy get the bandit tricks off? No, doesn't seem like that's going to be the case here. Has to try and challenge because he's in a difficult spot, and challenge will be accepted and will be punished by Medi there. Gets the opener there, down, takes down Andy. First pick going the way of Rocks as JSR in a rat spot in IT, looking to try and make a response, and if he doesn't get droned out, could make some response certainly, but it'd be a very, very difficult spot to worm your way out of once you do get that surprise pick there. But already, E-Wave, Rocks rather, trying to eye up this hopping towards the objective here. Binu does want to go for the plant, but you have to be careful because, of course, you hop in and there's a player waiting up above. There's players all around. It'd be a risky hop in there for the side of the attack. They need to clear out this top floor first. That's exactly what Fire looks to do. Making his push now across this top floor. Panzora going to be going for the challenge, but Penosa gets taken down for it. Binu goes as well. Man advantage staying in the way of Rock's Horizon right now as they're eyeing up this objective, but they're also eyeing up all of these kills right now, maintaining this man advantage. But a huge one from Hatfield, but gets traded back nonetheless, and the whole game now rests on the shoulders of Fave. Teammate has been injured, and that's going to give Rocks a bit of breathing space there to try and go for the plant, but it should also allow the side of E-Wave to try and bring this back into a 2 versus 2, because that's the only way they win this one. And now it's a solid 2-on-2, but an incredibly difficult retake right now for the side of the defense. Rocks, both players on full HP, one holding the vertical, sees the feet, finds one, tries to find the second. Can he hit the shots? Not quite just yet. But Fave now in that 1v2 position yet again, has to swing on and has no idea where Fire is, and Rocks Horizon will close down the pretty strong show in there. 7-2 fashion for their side, and with that one, the game goes their way. E-Wave will be eliminated from qualifier number 1. And with all of that being said and done, Nighthaven Labs goes the way of Rocks Horizon. I'll be incredibly, incredibly happy with that result there. I want to talk about what a phenomenal showing that was there from some of the players on the side of Rocks Horizon. Great, great stuff from them there. Really impressive to see from them. And, you know, what a great showing it was from them. Regardless of, that is already it. That is the end. Oh my God, my hair. What the hell is that doing? Either regardless of, that is the way, and that is the end of game number 1 here for today. But don't be concerned, of course, we've got plenty more Siege action going to be coming your way very, very shortly, of course. So do not worry about that one at all. We're hopefully just going to have coming up for you in a couple of seconds here. I believe we're going to be following through on towards the side of... There we go. We also have the scoreboard. Medi 11-5 there on that game. Fire 9-4. Really great showing there from the side of Rocks Horizon. And I think just lacking in the firepower department a little bit there, and it ultimately did cost them that one, unfortunately. So we're going to be seeing where we're going to be heading for our next game, of course. That one will be coming up very, very shortly. I'm just going to go and find that one on challenge mode for you all now. That is, of course, as I said, very likely to be Oblivion versus the side of Rocks Horizon going up against our next game. And of course, this one is important because you win this one, you start earning points for today. You start to build up that tally of points that will get you into the next stage of Combine. So incredibly important game for both these teams. That best of 1 will be coming your way after just a short little break.
Are you in a field of ice and snow, holding out your hand for me to go? Wasn't scared to see you, always knew it in my bones that something here was bound to take me home. You said you don't know me well, but I'm your angel in white. I'll be close if you not you, not here, then I don't know. As above is ever so below. Something here was bound to take me
What if we
Oh, I don't know if you've all seen the stream title update, but hold on, let me just shut my door quickly because I don't know if everyone in this house is going to appreciate me yapping about Siege. Why am I still wearing my bathrobe? You know, my tactical bathrobe. Anyway, I don't know if you've I am taking the GK match. Do not worry, I am taking the GK match. That's why I was like absolutely losing my nuts over that one. What a banger of a game. And one of these teams is going to go home from today with no points, which is, I think, the more crazy thing of it. One of these teams is getting 0 points from today. Womp. That is gonna sting for one of these two teams. What game do you two covering next? What game are you guys on? I'm right in thinking you, Di and Nanushi, two are observing and casting together, right? I'm not going crazy. Anyway, there you go. We'll let them sort themselves out. Yeah, don't worry. Got EK Les Galerians, banger game. This game is like, I didn't see this game, if I'm being honest, until you guys just popped in chat and shoved it in there, and I'm just like, oh, what a game! And oh, I'm following Ogon's feed, so I was already on his feed, so I was like, I'm going to take this game. And it is going to be a banger. For those of you who do not know, these two teams, well, first and foremost, where have you been? Second and foremost, these are two incredible sides. On the side of GK, we've got Rorik, Trix, Skipper, Hungry, and Rexon. A phenomenal side of players that have always been in the tier, or have really recently been so great across all of these tier 2 competitions, whether it's Malta, whether it's Challengers. They've been all over the place. One of the teams that I think a lot of people had eyes on to be making in DML didn't quite do too well in the had a bit of a hard time in CS playoffs, unfortunately didn't quite make it all the way. And the team with, I suppose, equal expectations actually is going to be Les Galerians. This is, of course, a lot of the French players that have been dabbled in T1 over the years. I say dabbled, one of them I'm literally staring at is a major winner. I believe that Alem was Alem still on the I have to spell Alem. There you go, LMs. Beautiful. Yeah, he was still on. Yeah, he was still on when BDS won the Young Shipping Major. So we actually have a major winner on the side of Les Galerians. It's LMs, Jax, Frenchie, Marto, and Linku as well. So 5 really great players on either side of things. And we're not playing the game because of Saudi E-League. Done it. Oh, that's typical, isn't it? That is... Oh, no. Oh. That's sad. We will wait to confirm. Just double check that GK might forfeit, but we will just pause and wait and see on that one. It'd be a real shame because all of a sudden this just went to be like one of the better looking matches in the bracket. Like, this is the kind, just to set the scene, this is the kind of match you have as like top 4, top 2 in these kind of brackets. Typically these are your teams that I am expecting, you know, both Les Galerians and GK. If they don't make top 16, I'm disappointed in them. Those are the expectations of these teams, and I do expect both of these teams to be higher in that seed. And even if they want to scrape through and just barely get into it, I would honestly want to be able to see. I would want to see them go deep into it. So we're just going to pick another game on our hands here. If we go back to, we might just go to. Always use your manners, please, and thank you. It's very important. Anyway, so we are not doing these games today. We're not doing GK Les Galerians. I believe GK are forfeiting that one. So instead, we will be, that GK are forfeiting that one. Instead, it will be Les Galerians going up against the winner of Turks, LFO, or Retirement Home. Whoever wins that one, we go up against Les Galerians. So unfortunately, we're not seeing that match today. This is going to ruin my Saturday. Instead, we are going to do 73. I don't think anyone else has taken 73. I don't believe so. No, they have not. Also, while I am here, of course, do go check out all of the other community casters. Obviously, Dianic is casting, I believe she's following Onyx Ravens throughout today. Nanos is observing as well over on that stream. And not only is Dianic a great caster and Nanos is a great observer, great time. So go over there, ! community casters, and you'll see everyone that is casting today, because there is a very good handful of us. There is a lot of us today. So we are going to go on instead towards match 73, Oblivion versus Rocks Horizon. They are currently doing their map veto, coming through things ready. So I'm just going to very quickly update the stream title before anyone else comes in here, expecting to see Les Gallery and Skike and getting confused. And voila, stream title has been updated. And of course, the I just want to update the overlay as well. Apparently we don't have Oblivion Gaming in there. Oh yes we do. I just can't type Oblivion apparently. I'm having, as you can tell, I'm having like a really like great day in terms of everything today. So we're just gonna very quickly get through that one. I don't know if oh, we do have an observer link. These teams are legendary, giving us an observer link. So let's take a look at our map veto, shall we? I'm going to preface this and say the order is wrong, because you kind of have to input. I have to input them in as the order goes through. So the order of these teams is going to buggered it. Reset. Hold on. We're just resetting. Let's just reset things very quickly. Oblivion, Rocks, go. Right. So it's going to be Yiban Bank, Yiban Clubhouse, Consulate, Cafe. Let's reset our map V. Oh, it always reset. It's not reset itself. Let's reset it. There we go. Beautiful. It is resetting. Night Haven Labs ban. And that leaves us with Border, Skyscraper, and Lair when things go on the stream. There we are. Apologies for the minor scramming around technical things that always tend to be the way here, but we will get there ever so shortly as these teams update through. I need to keep map ban open here. So Cafe, Lair, or Skyscraper. They're not Cafe. I got the right thing open, because I've just said one of the teams has banned Cafe and they've not banned Cafe. Right, well, ignore that Cafe. I can't remove it. I can't undo this Cafe ban, can I? No. Okay, so that Cafe ban might be wrong. I'm just going to just, as long as it doesn't go into Cafe, I think we'll be all right. Okay, Lair's going to be removed by the blue team. So it's either going to be... Have I got the right veto open? Oblivion versus... have I got the right veto open? I feel like I've got a wrong veto open right now. Pause this for 2 seconds. I'm getting confuzzled. So it's Chalet. Okay, so Decider is going to be Chalet, which I've apparently already banned. So I'm just going to have to, yet again, I'm just going to throw it to a camera. I'm going to very quickly type in the team names, and then we can actually have a chat about everything. I just need to very quickly... and we are going on to Chalet as our Decider map. Yes, we are. That doesn't matter too much. There we go. Cool. Right. Okay. Map bans should be updated properly now. Anyway, thank you for bearing with us during that one. Greece, are you going to be in Munich? This is the important question. We need to know who is going to Munich and assemble. We need to take over Munich. Basically, is what I'm implying. We're going to just siege people taking over Munich. I think it was. It's always fun. It's always fun to see. Yes, you will be legend. Good. Not only is it great, it's just great when you come out of the venue. It's just everywhere you go is siege people. It was the Trafford Centre, I think, at Manchester where I first really noticed it, because I'm just walking around. This is like before the games, like 10 a.m. one of the days on Saturday or something. And I'm just like, every other person here, it feels like almost is in a siege jersey or is in a siege top or is like obviously here for the major. It's weird. Because I can count the amount of times I say on one hand where I've met someone who met another siege head just generally in public. I've just seen someone and I'm like, hey, that's like a siege thing. And that time is one. Actually, no, we had someone in work last week coming in a FaZe jersey. I work retail and we had a customer come in who was wearing a FaZe jersey and it stuck out like a sore thumb to me. I can't imagine it was a siege thing, but did have a guy come in wearing a FaZe jersey. Oh. Maybe it happens. I don't know. I don't always too often. English. professional English. We are getting the lobby and the game underway, don't you worry, folks. We are slowly but surely getting there. Ogon is just setting up the lobby for us. Massive shout out to Ogon for providing myself with the clean feed this afternoon. It does indeed make life a lot easier that I'm not having to get my hands on the controllers. I found this in the bottom of my wardrobe. I'm so glad I found this because the controller I normally use to observe has horrible stick drift. So I'm so glad I've got this because I'm definitely going to be observing myself at some point in these next couple of weeks of qualifiers. So thank you, I've got this. I mean, I could try observing with this. This is just the other rambling that's going to happen while we wait for things to start. I could try rambling with this. I'm a bit sad and I picked up one of these. The Guitar Hero controllers. And this is going to sound double sad because I've been playing a lot of Fortnite Festival and I've been loving life. And I'm like, you know what, I finished uni, I deserve a little treat. And it was good price as well, actually. They're like 130 retail and I got it for 80 overall. So not actually too bad of a price, I don't think, on that one, even if it is a little bit sad spending 80 quid on a plastic guitar to play Fortnite with. Not the worst thing I've ever done. They've definitely made some worse financial decisions over the course of my life. We're not going to talk about those because some of those decisions are really, really questionable. Siege events, though, not so questionable. Those are always worth it. Those are always worth it. So we're just going to be getting into the game very, very shortly. Hey! It's my face. Oh, I've just shared my link with the team. Hello, team. If anyone from the team or any fans of the team are watching, the players did ask. So, hi, team. Really professional, but a really, really good Twitch streamer. This is why I don't Twitch stream, because I just suck at talking to myself. Like, I can't just sit here and yap for hours. I just ramble about the most nonsense things. So this is why Travis does not Twitch stream. This is why I'm not a professional Twitch streamer. I'm a sad unemployed. I say unemployed. 6 hours a week of paid work. 6 hours a week. We had no team kills earlier. I really want to at least move that to a 1 today. So if anyone from either team, Rox or Oblivion, is watching, drop a team kill in there for me, pretty please. I will ask nicely, and I would not mind a bit of a team kill, a bit of shooty action at all. Well, there's quite a lot of people watching it. I don't actually know how many people we've actually got streaming today. Let's have a look on Twitch, shall we? There's quite a few of you in here. Good handful in here. We've got quite a good amount going around today, actually. We've got a decent amount here. I mean, it's always the slight struggle on, like, sometimes you find on, like, a Saturday it can be difficult. Because I think, especially when it's, like, weather like this, you want to be outside, like, sitting inside casting Siege in this weather is suffering. And I know it's that stereotypical, oh, British people can't deal with the heat. It's 28. It feels like more than 28 in here because my room is just awful for, like, anything and everything. Like, you can see it just down there in the bottom. That's my fan. That has just been going full blast, basically, the whole of the last week, basically. Yeah, we will be here a while, Grace. Like, yeah. Yeah, today we're going to be here. How many more best of ones have we got to play here today? So we're on round of 64. So we've got 1, 2. So we got 64, 32, 16, 8, 4, 2. So we've got 6 best of ones. Oh. Yeah. I will be honest, I will not be here the whole day. Basically, once every game is covered, I will drop off, basically, because it's too hot for me. I cannot cope in this heat. I'll be honest, that's just my sad excuse. There will always be, there is, yeah, so once we kind of get to, like, the quarterfinals where I think every game's going to be covered, I'll probably drop off around that point. So we've got a couple more games to go. Hello, Liam. How are we doing this afternoon? Yeah, exactly. That's it, Grease. The later we go, the more coverage there is, and I'm still new to this. There's plenty of better casters that will do a better job of it than me. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm not the best at this. I'm just here for a bit of fun. We are going well, Liam. We had a little bit of a late start. We had about an hour of tech issues before we actually got the game started. So it's been a bit of a up and down afternoon. But you know what? We had a decent game one. Really, really good showing from Rox Horizon, who we're going to be following into the second game here. They looked really, really good. Yeah, I know I won't get better if I keep leaving it to other people, but I'm also tired. I can't lie, I was up very late last night, irresponsibly of me. But I will be back tomorrow afternoon when I get back in from work. I think I'm doing a bit of combine. I've got a long day cast tomorrow night. So I go to work at like 7 in the morning. I come back from work at about 3:30. I'm going to start combine basically as soon as I get in from work and I've had a shower. As soon as we get a bit further into combine, I'm dipping off to do Phantom League, which is like a console league in the evening, best of 3 for them. So I'll be streaming tomorrow from about 4 p.m. I'd say, probably British time. So 4 p.m. tomorrow BST I'll be streaming from thereabouts. So come say hi. Then of course I'll be live tomorrow. You know, if there's plenty of action. Maybe I will hang around a bit later today, Grease. You are slowly convincing me over. I think we'll just see how the vibes for the day go. To be honest, I think we'll just see how we go. If we get to like the quarterfinals and I'm completely dead, then it is what it is. But we can keep grinding it on through. We'll see. And then myself, I can actually pull up the roadmap for Combine. We are, by the way, 4 minutes out into the game, by the way, folks. We'll be with you. The game will actually be here shortly. So we've got qualifiers 1 today, qualifier 2 tomorrow, qualifiers 3 and 4 next weekend. So I'll be doing tomorrow's qualifiers partially, and then I'll be doing all of the qualifiers on the 29th. The final qualifier, I plan to stick around for pretty much all of that one. So there will be that one. I will be doing that one. I believe I'll be doing that one with Puffo Bob. We'll be during up and that one. I'm not sure if that'll be on my channel, his channel, both, one or the other. ! Socials. Go follow my Twitter, and then you can. I'll keep you all updated on there. So so there'll be a decent amount going on, of course, over the next couple of weeks. Won't be able to do the 28th. I'm up in Wembley watching the Linkin Park concert. Oh no, go away. There we go. So so plenty to go around, and obviously ! Community Casters, there's plenty of action going on, plenty of other streams being covered today. Onyx Ravens, I've seen everything I'll be floating around, so he's definitely watching Turks, I can just guarantee you that. There's plenty going around today. I don't actually know what's on Rainbow Six and what isn't on Rainbow Six, if I'm being honest with you, Liam. I know the later stages are on Rainbow Six. I don't know if I don't know what is and what isn't, if I'm being honest with you. And I'm just going to check the caster message to see if it's pinned in I would refer to whatever was done last year. I would presume it would be the same this year. I wasn't here last year. I was not casting this time last year, so I still wasn't here. I would presume that Division Clash, if it's not community casted, it will probably be on. I'm assuming either Rainbow Six Bravo or probably NEU. Most of these Tier 2 tournaments are on. Obviously, because it is going to be clashing quite a bit with the regional leagues. Obviously, because they're basically going 24/7 at the minute, the regional leagues. APL is on right now, and as soon as APL ends, a bit later on tonight, we've got Brazil League, or SAL, rather, should call it. Same thing again tomorrow. And then Monday, we've got OS email in the evening. I think there's something going on 24/7 at the minute, which on the one hand is great. Rumble was on NEU, so I would presume, being part of like that whole T2 circuit thing, I would presume it would probably also be on NEU, but it might be wrong because this is Central and Rumble is more NEU from my understanding. I don't really know, if I'm being honest. If you can't tell, I am incredibly laid back and just kind of, I just go with the flow. I just do what I'm told. Oh, I'm casting this? Okay, yeah, sure, I'll cast this. But, why not? Always go for it, and might hang around later. Either way, we'll see about that later on, because we have got a game on our hands on this one. Let's get into it here. Oblivion Gaming versus Rocks Horizon. Chalet coming in on through for these two sides here. And we're going to see exactly what these two teams are going to have to offer each other here on this one. Of course, if you are just joining us, best of one territory all day, single elimination bracket. You lose a game, you are eliminated from the competition entirely. So you need to make sure you're on your toes all the way throughout the whole day, because otherwise could be going quite early on. And this is one of these important games, because you win this, points are on the board for you. You're going to get yourself some points. And that is the main thing because, of course, our qualifier system here in Combine, how it works is over the next 4 qualifiers, the further you get more points. Top 16 teams will move on towards the Division Clash, the second phase of competition. So basically, the longer you hang around, the more better you compete throughout the whole day, the more points you're going to be bagging yourself. And this is where you're going to start to earn some points here. I believe you'll earn 15 points for winning this game here, if I'm not mistaken. So it's very important. It is indeed, no, it's 10 points. Sorry, my bad. 10 points for winning this one here. So, but you're getting yourself on the leaderboard and you can build up on that in future weeks. So already it's going to be very, very important for these teams to start getting this and start things off to probably how they want to be finishing it through. So let's see what these two teams have to offer us. Chalet, one of our lovely, lovely remastered maps here. Obviously, CJX update. Not had the pleasure of casting this one. This is the other exciting thing, I suppose. I've not really casted too much since the CJX update. I've only done one cast since the update, so before today, so it's really, really exciting to be able to see all of this action and really be able to see these new maps and sort of see how things go. I got a little bit of a teaser of it in the last game. I did. We've got some like fire extinguisher, gas pipe cover and escapes. It's really, really cool. So I'm quite excited to see it. And also we've seen it here and there in actual tier 1 as well. But whether we'll see the same here, well, Senna wants to get things started just a little bit early here. Spawn peak directly out, but EE1D scan going to be causing that one to just be a little bit more difficult to go. But Zeno's going outside for it, actually able to find it, takes down BMS there. A nice early start there for Oblivion and Rocks. Well, there goes the Grim. A lot of that execute utility. Zeno's going fishing for more. Can't quite find it, however. Going to just retreat away as the rest of the attack starts to make a bit of pressure on towards Library now, start to make the opener, and it's all about controlling this vertical here on this bar game site. You need to make sure that you've got that top floor controlled at the minimum to make sure no one can be watching it down because you can't really get a plant going. Steno continuing to go massively aggressive here, really wanting to try and find their way out of this one and try and get some eliminations here as we're going to go with Robbie. If I am wrong on that side front for R9D1, these two, I'm just going to go with Robbie for now. Either way, what Robbie is doing is just going to be holding up towards Mezzanine here, looking in towards the library, seeing the position of these players, and really trying to get themselves involved here. Just deny and burn as much time as possible here. That's going to be the goal. As you can see, Baloo going to be stuck outside there on the big window looking on in through, trying to see a way on in. EU1D is going to come on through, grenade in hand as well, but ADS is going to be catching it off the guard there, meaning that this likely could be held for a little while longer. Has the intel at the players on the desk, they're able to take them down, and Rocks, it's not looking so good here so far. Half the round gone, and all you've got to really show for it is now 3 deaths as Cloudy finds one towards Fire. Binu making their way down the stairs there, but it's Red on 2. Doesn't matter though. He takes down Cloudy. 4 versus 2. First kill going back the other direction now. Round hits a little bit of a stalemate here. 2 versus 4. Down below in the basement here, Medi, start of game number 1. 9-3 on Nighthaven Labs. Impressive performance, but really going to need to do something massive here to bring this one back for the side of Rocks as Oblivion looking quite good to hold this one comfortably right now. They've got the vertical still under control. Fire extinguisher popped, trying to bait out anything here, but instead it's going to be Max taking down Medi, leaving it all up to Binu. 1 versus 4. Everyone's swinging for him, and he's not going to last too much longer. Robbie closes it out, and Oblivion Gaming off to a great start on their defensive side here. They get the first round off the bat here on Chalet, and 1-0 lead goes their way. A pretty good round from them, and a bit unfortunate there for the side of Rocks Horizon. Not exactly the hard start of these games that you want to see, but it's only the start. There's plenty more Siege to be played here, of course, and there's plenty more action to be had throughout the whole afternoon. I'm going to spoil you all. I'm going to tell you all a little bit of a secret from the future here, but we are going to be going into a minor rehost here after after round number 1, apparently. Spoilers from... Ow, that was loud. Spoilers from the old lineup here, so I don't know when the rehost happens, but I've been told there was a rehost after round 1, so I'm just prepared for it, is the word I'll use to get myself ready for this rehost, just for when it eventually, I'm assuming someone disconnects halfway through. Any second now, someone's going to disappear, but we'll just keep going until then. Obviously, I want to look more, perhaps, oh, the attacking lineup is going to be locked in, actually. Nice. So, really relying on the shields here, Rocks Horizon. And this was something they actually had to really sort of they did ban a lot on there. There you go, Rocks. Fire's gone, and we are going to head into a little bit of a rehost there. So let's throw it on towards the combine desk here. Hello, look at this. Also, yet again, I'm going to keep saying this throughout the day. Shout out this broadcast package. Look at it, look at all the overlays and stuff. This is awesome. I rate this. This is cool. I love this stuff. Anyway, round number 1, incredibly strong showing there from the side of Oblivion Gaming. Rocks Horizon really not stacked up too much for it, unfortunately, and as a result of that, just not able to really close the line and get the job done. But at the end of the day, it's only round number 1. I think that's the main thing there. It is only round number 1. So as a result of that, there's not too much to take away for it right now. There's not too much to take away really from that game at the start, really. It's just kind of a getting to know each other round. This is the thing with these open qualifiers. When you're playing each other, when you're playing these teams, you don't necessarily know who you're going up against. You don't necessarily know. It's both challenging as a player and as a bit of a caster as well, because I don't know all of these players. I don't know everyone's backstory. I don't know the rivalries between these two. These two teams may know each other very well. They may not know each other very, very well. Do a quick Wikipedia search, but that doesn't always prove fruitful. So it's very difficult for these teams, and it's why you see these safe maps, Nighthaven Labs, Chalet, Clubhouse, coming out quite frequently in these qualifiers, because these teams like to play it a bit safer. Because if you take a risk and pick something like a skyscraper, lair, something a bit more niche, a bit more, not in every team's map pool, you might pick one of the best teams in your tier level at that map and get absolutely demolished. And the single elimination BO1 nature of this tournament is it makes it quite volatile. It makes it very difficult for you to take these risks and these gambles. You can take them. You can always take these gambles, but they don't always pay off. And I think that's the difficulty there for a lot of teams. And I do see the benefit. I don't really see the benefit in taking them a lot of the time. You're often just better off playing it safe, playing what you know, playing how you are used to playing Siege, and just kind of chilling with it, really. So we'll wait and see. Of course, we'll just wait to see how that one goes on through. Just going to wait to hear the results on this rehost. Hopefully we won't be too much longer on this little bit of a tech pause here. It should be a nice easy one. I said we've had enough tech pauses this afternoon, so hopefully it should be a nice easy straight back into the game in a couple of minutes type situation. But we will have to wait and see on that one. Obviously, if you are just joining us, welcome on through to the stream. Hope you're all having a wonderful afternoon. Of course, it's been a good old afternoon so far. We've had some good action, we've had some fun kills, and I really wanted to. One thing I want to shout out from that previous round really was Steno. There you go, just had the mark resume, so we'll be back with you in 4 minutes. I had to think. I don't know how to think there. 4 minutes. We will be back with you all with the game 14:29. So I really want to shout out Steno there. Obviously, did only come away with 1 kill from that first round, but just by the nature of getting so aggressive with that spawn peaks, that really, for me, says a statement of confidence for Oblivion Gaming, right? Obviously, the side of the side of Rocks Horizon, they're going to be a little bit shaken by that one, because especially when you don't know who you're going up against in that kind of a nature, you kind of just have to full send it. Sometimes you don't often see teams doing it, but when they do full send it with a run out, a spawn peak like that from Steno, it signifies confidence. Oblivion are backing themselves, they believe in themselves, and that's the kind of mentality that is not only really useful for any kind of game of Siege you're watching, in all honesty, that it is kind of that mentality you want to see coming through and being carried throughout the entire day. And it's going to get these teams far. Oblivion, I really liked what I see. We've seen Rocks also do it previously in the previous game against E-Wave. They were very comfortable. They were playing with a lot of confidence, very decisively. They had a game plan, and for the most part, they stuck to it. And when they stuck to it, they committed it all the way through, and it worked. Hopefully you're going to see a bit of a similar thing from Oblivion, but a really, really great round from, and a good team effort as well there, really. But all bar Shamari getting 0 and Robbie getting 2. Everyone else was getting kills. Everyone else was getting involved, stuck in. Real team effort there for that one. And only dropping a single man throughout the course of that round. Pretty good showing as well from Oblivion. Of course, it's the first round of a defense on Chalet, and I always, it may be in my opinion here, and I might be alone on this, but for these type of open qualifiers, I always write off the first 1 or 2 rounds sometimes, just because of the nature of you, just to say you don't know who you're playing. You could be playing anyone. You learn their play styles, you learn how you sort of mesh and gel with one another. And when you're in that kind of a position, it's one of these where you have to really try and just, assess the situation, and that can take a little while. That can be very difficult to do. So I don't, I feel bad for these teams having to do that. It makes things very difficult for you, but then it also means, and as well, you're playing different opponents all the time, and it's best of ones. You have 40 minutes with one opponent who's very quick, very reactive, very fast play style, and then you're playing against the slowest team in the world, and you're having to hot change quite a lot. It's difficult to do, certainly for these teams, but Oblivion off to a great start of things so far. I'd say that 1-0 lead, a very good showing on the first round there. I'm not going to write off anyone yet. One round of Siege. Obviously 7 to win here in competitive, but a good start. And that is the main thing for Oblivion there. They'll be going into this little pause here with their heads held up high and their heads really sort of feeling good about things. So I wouldn't worry too much for them just as of yet. I think we're going to be in for hopefully quite a comfortable day. Quite a nice little good game here between these two sides. And hopefully it goes a little bit further. The previous one went 7-2. So it was a fairly one-sided game. I think the previous one was fair to say. Rock's really dominating and really sort of spearheading, taking the lead through that one. Whereas over on the side of this game, however, immediately it was Oblivion coming off the bat. Looking strong, looking good. The question is, can they keep it up? Obviously, round number 2 is going to be going underway, and I believe they will have to play the same objective again. They will have to go back down to the basement, as the round did seep on through. So we're going to have to wait and see whether they're going to be able to really carry that one through or not and keep things going as they start things off in bar gaming. And well, we're hopefully not going to have to wait too much longer to find out when this game is getting underway, because any second now, the lobby is going to be getting itself right under through, right ready. We have to be ready from both teams, and let us get into it. Game number 2 of the day, back right off where we picked off. It's going to be Oblivion Gaming versus Rocks Horizon. I mucked up that title. Hold on. There we go. Nope, we qualified number 1. Let's try that again. Game number 2 of your way. Of your way. Game number 2 of the day coming your way. Let's go. Hey, game's back. I got panicked for a second. I was like, the game has the game paused, and I was like, uh-oh. But hey, game is back. Wonderful. Shmari saying this is Elriz. That's unfortunate. Operator bans are confusing. Operator bans are very confusing. Anyway, we will be seeing Oblivion Gaming, as we sort of said, heading back down towards that basement now, seeing what they can do down below, and already Steno, ranked play style. Heads out of windows, heads in people's faces. Why not? It's certainly in the end the most entertaining way to play Seed. Well, I say entertaining. You sometimes do that, and then you end up staring at a spectator screen for 2.5 minutes. So, maybe not the most entertaining, unless it works. But it is certainly... Steno, he's trying the same window again as well. Risky one. Trying the same window. Scorpion in hand this time. Does it work? This is the question. Or... are Rocks going to be privy to it, or are they just not even going to bother challenging it at all? I suppose that is the real question here. Doesn't seem like they're going to be giving it a go. Instead, going on and off elsewhere, other direction, and just seeing what they can do with other things, really. Already, you can see Max down below with that very nice new Valkyrie Paragon skin. I'm not actually seen this thing in action yet. Is that? Yeah, that's Paragon skin. That's the very fancy Elite skin. That is very fancy. It takes up a lot of your screen. It's got to be distracting. I mean, I know that whole skin is basically pay to lose, but it's a very nice skin. Just a lot of money. A lot of rainbow credits, and we don't get paid that, mate. We don't get paid. I'm working 6 hours a week. I ain't got money to be dumping 30 quid on rainbow skins, unfortunately. Oh, hopping from Balu over towards trophy side. Here it comes. Start descending on through, and really the goal right now for the attack is just going to be clearing out these first 4 players. Get everyone out of these positions, out of these difficult spots, and as you can see, Oblivion not really want to challenge it too much. Instead, going to be trying a vertical C4. Not going to be able to find its mark. However, does get detonated, not finding a single kill, but it has given the control over of the western side of the map over towards the attack now, as Rocks Horizon have made their entry quite successful. They just have to be cautious of players up above, because Robbie and Steno, well, they've had such a great start to this game before the rehost, but there are track stingers in the way, so any retake, any flank attempts they do attempt, well, they are going to be read through. But Rocks Horizon, they're not going to slow down their pace anytime soon, but they are going to have to be cautious here. As you can see, Steno baiting the entry on through, trying to cut ways for these defenders to try and make their way through. And you can see Fire is on a draining kitchen there, and there's quite a few players towards the west side. But already. There is the watch from it. BMS is watching. BMS will not let anything slide. So it will mean anyone go down those solarium stairs, they will be met very, very swiftly with the hands of death. C4 goes out the way towards Boiler, does a bit of damage onto Balu, not quite enough to find an elimination, however. So instead, stays 5 versus 5. 45 seconds to go. The end of this round is going to be a bloodbath here. Fishing for something, Cloudy can't quite find it. Pops a Vulcan canister, retreats back away, just wasting a bit of time and find himself that safety. As here comes Shmari. DMR in hand, ready to try and make the challenge, but breaches aren't opened up here. No. Here, just as I say that, one does get opened up here, but C4 at the ready. Certain canisters have been burnt, but look at the time and look at the kill there. Binu goes down there to Shmari. Beautiful C4. And that is a good kill there, going the way of Oblivion Gaming and Rocks. They've left with 15 seconds to go. Just have to scramble on in, try and get this diffuser down. Medi gets one, immediately shut back down, however. Balu inside of the objective here, trying to make the plant go down, but you've got to be careful because Robbie's ready and above. He sees the plays, should be able to find this kill. The diffuser goes down and kills going left, right, and center, but it's Oblivion. Massive man advantage established earlier on, and they're able to just carry it and ride the wave all the way on through now. 2-0 lead. Building it up there. And yet again, another very convincing round from the side of Oblivion there. You had too many players from Rocks that were not on the side of Oblivion that just were not dealt with. You had players upstairs, you had Steno, you had Robbie, all on that first and second floor throughout that entire round there, being a nuisance the entire round there. And Rocks, they tried to go direct towards the objective, but they couldn't really try and actually get themselves in to the round. They couldn't actually try and get themselves through to things. And they were trying to get themselves into the objective. And when you go direct like that, you have to make sure you're successful in that, because the only time you've really got to respond when there's a flank behind you is when there's teams running in disarray. They're scrambling to get back to the objective. That's when you can catch them. For the side of Rocks, they unfortunately got locked outside of the objective due to those Zoto casters and weren't able to get their way in. And it really costed them there. Time-wise, and just left, as you saw, pushing into sight, 15 seconds to go. Not really a whole lot they could do in a 3v4. Right now, Oblivion looking quite comfortable, looking good for things, and we'll have to wait and see if they can keep this trend going, rather. I don't think we're going to be seeing Steno going for something. Oh no, he's outside. Steno's outside again, but Steno is punished this time for it. BMS takes him down, and a good opening pick there from Rocks Horizon. Finally realised, I think that Steno's going to be trying that time and time again, and, well, rightfully so, punishes for it. And that gives a good early man advantage there. Of course, the Frost, she is that kind of static utility. You use it proactively. You don't place it down as the round goes on. You place it all down before you die, and then it can have an effect throughout the whole round. But, of course, the side of Rocks, Oblivion Gaming, they will not be happy playing this remainder of this one on that man down. They will want to have a little bit more in the tank there, but will they be able to do so? That is going to be the question. Robbie holding a nice tight angle out towards Kano now. Sees it. C4 from Max, not finding its mark as the attack of Rocks Horizon taking a little bit of a pause here as they assess their options. They're getting their way in towards office now, wanted to try and make their way in through, rather, library side, and Fire's going to take the head off of Shmari there. 3 versus 5 as that push towards office side is now starting to come through. Aware of the Valkyrie cameras because of that IQ utility. It's Fire finding a pick back. 5 versus 3. Good man advantage now for Rocks to build off of the back of here. They just need to try and convert this one on through. One more player to deal with, or two more to deal with on the top floor, and they're the only two that are going to be remaining for the side of Oblivion as Robbie just gets cleanly taken out of the lobby there. Cloudy left on the back of Trophy Stairs with a whole lot to do on his shoulders. Gets a nice shot on towards Medi, but the whole team is waiting around him now. It'd be a difficult spot to get out of, and he's not going to be able to do so. Bellu finds it, and Rocks Horizon finally. Tertiary bomb site, respond with a round of their own, and 2-1 right now, looking good on the side of Rocks Horizon. A much better round from them as we just head to a little bit of a minor pause here. We're just going to wait a couple of seconds to see what this one's for. I wasn't told there was a rehost, so hopefully this is a nice, quick, and an easy one between these two sides. As okay, CJX isn't doing banned, so we're going to do a ban phase. Drum roll. Ooh, drum roll, please. 3, 2, 1. Oh my God, they banned Flores. They banned Castle. Oh, scuffed ban phase if I've ever seen one. What a great ban phase there, guys. We don't have the graphics to show up. I could get I could get a pen and paper and draw the operator icons for you if that helps. As we'll get a nice reminder of the operator bans here from Ogon. Blitz, Blava, Flores, the attack cannot play, and then Mirror, Kaid, and Castle unable to be played for the defensive side there. So bans all done on through. Both teams are aware of what is not going to be allowed to play, what will be played through, and then we will hopefully get right back into the game here. All I've got to say is CJX things. CJX things. Boosh! And we're back in. Would you look at that? Right. Final couple of rounds of this first half now. Well, we're halfway through the half. Got 3 more to go. Of course, Oblivion can now return to that bar bomb site, which, if you were here for round number 1, you saw how dominant they were on it. Really, really stormed through the competition there. Tore through the opposition like it was nothing. Only losing a single man over the course of that round. Great showing from them, and they'll be looking to repeat history this time round yet again. And for the side of Rocks, well, a lot of changes have to come on through. Obviously, Steno, that was the round where that spawn peeking antics of his worked. Hopefully, not going to be seeing that one go away, and Rocks Horizon might be a little bit more the wiser to it and not allow that one to slip through, but never do quite know. We'll see what Steno gets up to here. Not sticking heads outside of windows. Finally, I think the message has gone through. That's not going to work eventually, and not going to work all of the time. So at least Rocks will be able to get into the building or towards it. Slightly more uncontested now. Be able to get there a little bit easier. Shmari, oh, risky position by the gaming window here. Playing it close, playing it prone, SMG-12 in hand. It's risky to play that one. If you get droned, you're almost certainly a dead man if the cover from the side of Rocks is good. But if you don't get droned out and the attack makes a hopping complete blind, that one could be very deadly for them. And speaking of hoppings, over towards west side of the map, Baloo has hopped right in, and Rocks are already starting to make good progress through the map here. Just slowly pushing these roamers from the side of Oblivion backwards towards the objective. Of course, you do have to keep in mind there are players upstairs as well to deal with on the side of the defense. Both Robbie and Cloudy going to be playing around that library mezzanine back position of the map here. But at least for now, a good initial start from the attack, just making good use and not really expending too much utility to get this ground diver. And that's what I like to see here, is good usage of that utility. You're not really wasting it. We're using very little of it for a very big effect, and that is exactly what you want to see from these teams, because pushing into this objective can be very difficult, requires a lot of utility to do so, so you need to make sure you're conserving it for the end of these rounds here. That's exactly what we're seeing coming through from the side of Rocks, and they're taking full advantage of these new maps and these new destructible elements on these maps as well. Their fire extinguisher to buy a bit of cover there, a bit of visual obscurity for their side as Cloudy tries to hold the fort here on the back stairs. Of course, the difficulty there is to come out in how do you clear out Robbie. That's going to be the main, because that's a cross being held there, and with Shmari there to support as well, with C4 in the back. It could be difficult, but the defenders forced out by utility there, and this is what I was saying, it's about using it utility. By not using it earlier in the round, you've got plenty to throw at this library, and just like that, without having to shed a single kill, the players of Oblivion have all fallen back, and Robbie's fallen down as well. Gets eliminated. Beautiful clear from Rocks Horizon, much better than what we saw from them in the first round, and now they find themselves at a 5v4. Most of the map cleared as well, ready to eye up towards the objective. The only thing is Steno is roaming about, but other than that, it should be fairly good going right now for Rocks. 35 seconds left to try and convert on this one. Side of Oblivion, they know Doom is knocking on their door. The question is, can they quite hold it through all the way at the gates? 22 seconds now. Drop comes in from the Montaigne. He's going to get sent out for that, and that's a massive kill there from the side of Oblivion. Not only equalising the man count there, and it's going to require the rest of Rocks Horizon to go up huge here. They do get one back, make it a 3 versus 4. Firestorms on him, takes the head off of Cloudy. But look at this, Steno has a long angle, but he's going to be eventually found off the back of it here, trying to hold it from back behind half wall. Diffuser's going down, he's able to find all the others, but it's now just a 1 versus 1 here. BMS versus Steno. If Steno can find it, it's going to be absolutely huge, and he's going to find it. 4 kills in the round, a massive 1 versus 4 there. Hit him with the inspect, and just like that, the round goes the way of Oblivion. Game in 1 that they should have had zero right getting away with there. That was a 2v4, 1 versus 4. Whatever you call it, Steno coming up absolutely huge there for the side of Oblivion Gaming. Stay to steal away that round from Rocks Horizon, and that one has got a sting, because that round from Rocks, I can't believe they threw that. How did they throw that? That was such a good clear from Rocks. Like the way they were conserving utility, really, really doing a great job. And then they just got to the objective door and it was just like, okay, what do we do from here? It just felt like they just had no game plan. Drop the Monty down the hatch and he just gets taken out. Oh, crap, what do we do now? Kind of thing. It was just a bit of a disaster once Rocks got to the objective there. And it was a shame because the start and middle of that round for them was so good. And Oblivion should not, and even when the drop happened, Oblivion were in a 2v4. They shouldn't have gotten away with that. I mean, you've got to give it to Steno. He's, throughout this whole day, or throughout this whole map, rather, sorry, playing incredibly with this. Oh, I don't want to say ego. I think that's a bit disrespectful, but he's been playing with this aura of confidence, spawn peaks, and in moments like that, really, really holding their nerve. And that is exactly what you want to see in the best players of this. Incredible recovery there from Steno and great stuff from Oblivion Game. And you can see it's got Rocks a little rattled. They're watching for spawn peaks. They're playing it a little bit slowly because they are cautious of these things. They are envious that the players of Oblivion, especially Steno, really feeling themselves right now. And despite the rest of the team not getting a massive amount contributing-wise, they're still, it doesn't matter, they're still getting rounds across the line. And a 3-1 scoreline right now looking really, really good for the defense. There's the attack. Well, they have to make that recovery. They don't have to try and reel themselves back to see exactly how can they bring this one over the line. That is going to be the question. Being outside of the snowmobile breach, going to try and make their way in here, but being caught off a little bit, having a little bit of difficulty with it. Bandit batteries available to them as well. So Zoto canisters should be able to get the wall open nice and easy there. Oh, no, there's a Zoto canister, but it's not going to go. It's actually going to miss its mark. Wall gets opened up just like that, and yet again, good clear here from the attack. Starting to get the vertical work being done as well. Boogie drones in the right place. All of the utility is being put in the right places at the right time. Watching for any good responses. They're making their way in towards library here. Yet another good start to the round here from Rocks. The value of this IQ really being seen throughout the last couple of rounds here. Really able to find these things. My question is, do they know about Robbie? I'm not sure if they're 100% aware. There's still a player lurking in the bar area on the attack. I'm not too entirely sure. I know they know about the dining player. That much is evident to them. But do they know about the one in bar? Well, Shmari, not the one in bar or the one in stock dining, but he's going to be able to find one. Takes down BMS. Their utility from the Boogie drones has already been used. But yet again, it's that gun being lost. It's that difficulty as the hold from Oblivion Gaming working out much better for them this time. They're not really feeling the pressure, so there's not really any incentive for them to drop away or to retreat, really. I feel at this point in time, they're quite happy and content to just hold, just wait it out, play this final 55 seconds of the round. Kills start to be traded now on towards the objective itself. Many and Robbie, direct trade with one another there. But, of course, that does keep the man count in the favour of Oblivion. One more up than them, 4 versus 3. 35 seconds left to go here. The push has to start to come through for Rocks, but all three players are kind of slightly all over the place, really. You've got Ballo pushing in from Fireplace. You've got one pushing down Library. There's one going in through Snowmobile Breach. It's a little bit split, a little bit destroyed this approach, and they're going to have to win there once. Ballo starts it off with a good one, wins the one. Charging through the smoke, through the fire extinguisher here, trying to push the player onto blue, but needs to get onto the objective to cover the plant. Going to do exactly one that, and just like that, the fuse is down for the side of Rocks Horizon. They just need to make this recovery here. Binu takes down Shmari there, making it a 2 versus 3, flipping that man count around right now. Sandwiched in between the two players here. Fire gets one, hunting for the second. Cloudy not in a position to respond. Goes for the wall bang, can't quite find the picks back, and Rocks Horizon, really great job to flip this round back around. C4 goes up above, not going to find anything at all, and Cloudy, 20 seconds to go, 1 versus 3, looking unwinnable here with Diffuser on the other side of sight. All you can really hope to do at this point is go for some exit frags, pad those stats out ever so slightly. That timer is surely going to hit 0 there, but not going to be able to get anything for his troubles at all there. Fire closes out, and Rocks Horizon, well, pick up where they left off, and I've got to say it to them, you know, despite losing the round before this one, and pretty shocking fashion, I think we can call it, pretty shocking fashion, despite losing that round, it was still a really good showing from them. The last couple of rounds, they've really warmed into this game here, and I wouldn't be surprised if they can close this half out 3-3 following the last few rounds. Look at really, really good stuff from them. really impressed from what I'm seeing from them, and not letting those little slips from Oblivion really sort of roll away from them, perhaps. They're really doing a good job of it. Impressed indeed. And Oblivion, no slouches either. You know, really great performances there as well. But I want to see the players that aren't doing so well in the kills department right now. I want to see them get involved. That'll be the difference maker, I think, especially as we flip towards the attack. Everyone needs to be able to clear effectively. Everyone needs to be able to sort of do their part. And for Oblivion, there are a couple of players that need to step it up to hit that mark. But I have no doubt that they will at some point. It's just whether they can do it soon enough here. Because of course, like we say, it's a single best of one here. Just Chalet is played today between these two sides, and he leads to Chalet, and that is all done and dusted for you for today. And obviously, as I say, this is the game where you start to earn some points. You're going to want to start to be earning points off the back of this game here between these two. You want to start getting those points, banking them up, because a consistent performance, a consistent top 8 finish across all qualifiers versus one qualifier where you hit top 1, I believe the top 8 will be rated above that one. So you want to be consistent in finishing consistently highly. Hello, Clean Feed. Pretty please. Thank you. It'll be fine. It's fine. Nothing goes wrong here in Rainbow Six Siege. Everything works perfectly all the time. Moving on. Slower start, really. I think since Rox have really started to take some rounds back, the aggression from Oblivion has been shown off quite a little bit here. They've tempered the aggression down a little bit. Yeah, they're still going for these aggressive angles here, you can see from Robbie, but no one really on the side of Oblivion. They're not really spawn peaks anymore. It's like dialing it down from like a 12 to like an 8. They're still at a really high level of aggression, but they're not really at that craziness level of aggression here. Robbie's still fishing for it here, being pressured up towards office. There is support around it here. You do have Steno over towards piano, but a lot of utility shaping up now from the attackers. They start to make the push across here. But look at this, Robbie just wants to get aggressive. You can tell just wants to go for this kill. It's nothing more than it. The question is, can they find it? With a stalemate right now between these two sides. Locked outside the building, waiting patiently. The exothermic goes on towards the mezzanine wall there. Should be nice and opened up here for the side. And that should be a cue for the defense to really fall back a little bit. But no, they're going to still be holding the angles. But we're still playing it close. Steno and Max not too far behind in support. And you can see Balu's on the big window, on the cross there. So any retreats would result in a death here. So all Robbie can really hope to do is play this position for as long as he can and take down as many members of Rox as he can with him. But flashbangs coming on through. Eventually a direct trade despite being blinded out there. Good result there for Rox Horizon as the rest of the players, they drop away, they make their retreat, and so much time wasting done there from the side of Oblivion, setting themselves up for success early, and Steno still playing the backside of stairs as well, as we start to see these rappel features. And the one thing, the one thing with the rappel, I suppose the new rappel is it can be quite difficult to do that new rappel. Sometimes I think the key is you have to look the direction you want to sprint. That seems to trigger it a lot more. And speaking of trigger, Shimari pulls his, takes down BMS there. 3 versus 4 now. Man advantage remaining in the pocket of Oblivion right now after that direct trade earlier on in the round, and 15 seconds to go. Rox a little bit slow, a little bit indecisive here, and it might just come back to cost them. But going to try and hold the vertical up from above. Diffuser attempted to go down, but it's just Balu down and injured here in a frost mat, and Cloudy's going to go pick up the kills as Steno and Shimari find one of their own, and just like that, come out of the half there. Looking incredibly good from the side of Oblivion Gaming. 4-2 half on the defense of Chalet. Not too shabby, not too bad at all. But we are going to, unfortunately, have to head into a bit of a minor e-host, as you can see at the top of your screen, the operator bands are ever so slightly wrong. So I'm just going to throw it to a very, very quick couple-minute break for you all, and when we will be back, we will be continuing this game, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few after this short little tech pause.
Are you in a field of ice and snow, holding out your hand for me to go? Wasn't scared to see you, always knew it in my bones that something here was bound to take me home. You said you don't know me well, but I'm your angel in white. I'll be close if you come, I'll be just behind you. You're not on the list, but I can get you inside. Use your mind, listen if not you, not here, then I don't know. As above is ever so below. Something here was bound to take me home.
There we are, folks. Just been given a heads up that the game is coming back very, very shortly, of course. It is, of course. I do apologise for all these tech pauses. Basically, after the first rehost we had after round number 1, things got a little bit shaky with the operator bands, if you didn't notice. And as a result of that one, we ended up not getting the bands properly done halfway through the half at the round 3. Round 4 bands, and then of course it got to that end stage of the half and it just didn't reset the bands properly, game being game. So unfortunately it ended up having to be a full rehost here for the second half of the game, but hopefully we are back in it now. I've been given the clean mark from Ogon that we'll be back in the game in approximately 40 seconds or so. That timer on your screen is surprisingly pretty, for once that timer on this stream is bang on, because if you're here often enough you'll know that timer is either horribly early or horribly late. It's never one of the two. It's very rarely bang on the dot, and I'm pretty sure this one is actually going to be bang on the spot, basically. So we are basically indeed ready to head back into this one. If you weren't here for the first half, 4-2 going the way of Oblivion Gaming. Rocks Horizon, they had some pretty good rounds, but unfortunately not quite enough to get it over the line, and unfortunately it was going to be difficult for them, but the game is done, the game is ready, and just like that the timer hits 0. So let us get into game number 2 of the day, second half of it as well. That's the map bands. Video game. Wow. We're being offered snacks. or we're begging the admins for snacks. I don't think I don't actually think. Oh, the operator bands up, but they're getting there. We might just have to see what they do. Montaigne, Cade, Azami, Blitz. Double shield band coming in through from the side of Rocks Horizon. Exactly what we where did the bands go? Where'd the bands go? The bands have just disappeared again. Hello, operator bands. Are you in here? No? Okay. I guess we just don't do operator bands anymore. Attackers need to locate and defuse. I don't think we have any operator bands going on about, which is a tragedy, which is a slight shame, but you know what, it is what it is. Oblivion Gaming, Rocks Horizon, 4-2, starting to be a bit of a heater here on Chalet, despite the cold exterior to the map. It's warming up just a little bit, getting a little bit toasty in here, starting to heat things on through, and well, the halfway point of the match of Siege, it means one thing, and one thing for certain: the tides are changing. Attackers are now defenders, defenders are now attackers. So teams are playing an entirely separate game. And of course, well, Rocks Horizon doubling down on that shield ban, restricting Oblivion Gaming to just the Blackbeard, as we see so many teams love to use and abuse the shields lately. It's no surprise to see shield bans coming in through, and then a Cade Azami for the defense, making breaches easier to open up, because Cade Electric Claws, they're difficult to spot. And on top of that, Azami, push through library especially, really is going to make things harder for these sides. But Fire, going to be the first to actually take some damage here. Couldn't see quite where that one was from, but wherever it was early and it was pretty severe. Down to about 40 HP now. But Shmari is getting lit up himself there, is making the way, trying to make their way in towards office here. But it's going to be B now, holding it strong, holding it good, and not really letting anyone take that position through. As Steno coming in on the Deimos there, going to use those Death Mark trackers to try and pressure these players. Out of their positions. Flame prone here, Fire. Oh, Medi's outside the building. Going for a bit of a run out, run back in the building there. Didn't find anything off that one. And so I've seen the value of the Oryx now. Look at how quickly Medi's getting around the place here. And 1 minute, 1 minute that part of the building is clear. Next minute, it's not incredibly useful. But Shmari just full sends it in towards the objective here. Storming in on through. Gumine is in foot, which is going to have to come out sooner or later. But it's going to be Fire to get the kill first there. Shmari goes down. A bit of a questionable move from the Blackbeard there to just full blind send it in. It doesn't seem like the rest of the team were ready for that committal there, as the members of Oblivion, they just get taken apart a little bit, but they're fighting back. Steno and Cloudy, one apiece, and now it's even 3 versus 3. And speaking of Steno, down as well, but not out. It's now effectively a 1 versus 3 for Cloudy, unless he can recover the teammate here. But in a difficult spot to do so, might just have to try and send it in the objective here. Beehive showing you where the defenders aren't, but that is only a little bit of ground. There's still a lot of maybes. There are still a lot of R's. You make the pushing towards the objective completely blind, completely unaware, and just have to try and isolate these engagements. Take it one at a time. 1 versus 1. You can do that 3 times. You can win it, but you've been spotted out by a bulletproof camera. Steno's gone for certain. This one looking increasingly unlikely by the second here. Cowering behind that bar for just a little bit of cover, just a little bit of safety, but that respite, it's only temporary. As Fire swings out from stock, confirms the kill and rocks her eyes and start off their defensive half with a great looking first round there. Equally as convincing as we saw from the other side. A bit brawly, did require a little bit of turnaround, but regardless of Oblivion Gaming, Rocks Horizon, they're coming for the lead of Oblivion. The question is, can they take it? Can they overcome it? We will have to wait and see. I really want these snacks now. But I just leaked like one of the admins came in and asked, "Is everyone, is everyone good? Is everything working all smoothly now? Can we make us happy somehow?" And everyone chimed in and said he wants snacks. And we're like, the whole chat just perks up. Oh, we all want snacks. Everyone wants snacks. Feed us casters. We should get a coffee sponsorship. That would be a great idea. Let's get a coffee sponsor, like a coffee brand sponsorship, so we can get like coffee and cake delivered to our houses in between each map. I'm just saying that'd be a really great sponsorship to have. Pick a coffee brand, like a good coffee brand or something, and just like go for it. I'm not helping my case here. I'm just making myself more hungry by thinking about food. So let's think about some Siege instead. Sense pick coming in through from Oblivion, going to be locked in by Cloudy there. And this is one of those objectives where we do actually see the Sense pick, and they're actually picked somewhat regularly on this side. Reason being for it is there's quite a few drone holes from the exterior of the building that you could roll the projectors in, as well as the objective is quite long. A lot of long sightways there, as well as that little entryway there through in towards Trophy. A lot of opportunities to use the Sense there and sort of dissect this map up and control the lines of sight there. Obviously, since that recent rework to them where you can up and down the projectors and the light walls at the press of a button, it's added to their value as an operator, really, really improved what they have and can really bring to the table here. So we'll have to see how they play out in towards this round here. Otherwise, the lineup from Oblivion doesn't look too different here. The castle being a little bit of a nuisance, but Max with those X-Kairos pallets gets the walls open nice and easy there as the defense, they're just holding strong on this top floor. Not really giving anything away as, oh, look a bit, lovely bit with free cam work. Fire knows they've been spotted out. BMS looking to challenge it on towards Shmari, and this is the thing. Shmari cannot be pushing in on their own this time. Shmari needs to make sure when they push through, when they go in, they're supported by the team. Mid-round barricade from BMS. Cover your own rear, just as a sound cue as well. Make it a bit more difficult to just blindly swing in there. Medi's been spotted out as well. It's adding to the difficulty here on the side of Oblivion, but right now it's making things work as Shmari takes down Balu there with a frag grenade. Mute is gone. They know about the player corner, so they're going to use the second frag grenade as well. They've all got the copping covered here. There's like so many guns watching this Blackbeard, but he'll be able to get in successfully there. Shmari isn't on the building now to start to try and contest. but has to be careful of the one above and isn't going to be so and gets punished for it. Fire takes down Shamari. 4 versus 4. A good attempt there to try and pierce a hole in the defensive horizon, but it's not going to be allowed to go on through. And the players of Oblivion, they're still going to be outside the building. They're going to have to try and make their entry in from below, and this top floor hold working really well. And that's the thing, those sense projectors, they only cover you from the horizontal angles. The vertical ones can still very much be used against you there, and it will not mask any of those plants. And with no smoke grenades available to them, Oblivion are going to have to find some way of dislodging this triple threat on the top floor, or quad threat rather. No one's on the objective themselves, everyone's upstairs. But then that does mean that even then, Oblivion cannot get in, cannot find their way through. Medi's going to try and run it across there, baits it out there. Stedo gets taken down. Beautiful, beautiful bit of teamwork there. Here the breach is happening down below. I really like that from Medi. Run across and have your teammate hold the angle and then pop them as they run through. I like that. Good bit of team synergy here from Rox. We've seen it from them quite a few times today. And it requires Max to now go into this position, and it's a very risky one to hold, but it has to be held by someone. RAU projectors come on through, but are they just going to try and use the confusion here to try and mask the plant? Now, you might just have to with 12 seconds to go, but Cloudy's holding the hatch, takes down BMS there, leveling out the scoreboard here. It's all falling apart at the end for Rox. Tail that we've said quite a few times so far. This one as Diffuser goes down, so there's Fire, and it's all on to Binu to clutch up here. He's able to down Robbie there, gets the first pick, but still a 1 versus 2, but hold on, there's no one there to respond. He could just try and stick this one through. There's no one from the side. No, you're going to suck it through. Instead gets off the Diffuser, tries to take the gunfight. A direct trade with Cloudy and Oblivion. Just barely escape with that one. Oh no, he could have stuck that. He so could have stuck that. Pros don't fake. And now that's why. Pros do not fake, and sort of we saw a bit of faking, and well, that's what happens, unfortunately. Tragic. And that's the second round now that's just slipped through the cracks for Rox. And that's the thing. They have so many good ideas, so many good rounds, so many great things that I've been seeing from them time and time again. And last second, twice now. That's 2 rounds now they've lost. And you think if they'd have won those 2 rounds, it'd be 5-3 the other way. Meanwhile, right now it's Oblivion in the driving seat of this one. It's looking so good right now over on the side of Oblivion. Just freebie after freebie being helpful to them. They're playing a good game and it is a close match. It's just Rox should be in the lead right now. With the rounds they've let slip by, they should be in the lead. And that, I think, is going to be what stings, because they should be winning this right now. They really should be in the lead right now, but they're just not, unfortunately, for them. And they need to find a way to tighten the ship a little bit, because there's a couple of cracks sneaking their way on in, and the further you go in this, the more teams are going to punish that, and we're already seeing Oblivion punish it. And you imagine what some of our big name teams, you know, your Les Galleries, your Turks, those that are like the very top of T2, you imagine what those are going to do to those mistakes right now. Not to discredit Oblivion at all, of course. They've played quite a good game of Siege so far. Both these teams are actually, you know, really impressing. For teams that I'll admit I haven't really casted too much of before today. They're really impressive, both fundamentally and a bit of flair level as well. I'm quite enjoying watching these two spat it out here, and long for a best of 3 between these two, and definitely teams to keep an eye on, I think, going into future weeks. Really some good stuff, especially if Rox can tie up those loose ends a little bit. There's some potential in this roster, certainly, for them. 3 identified for Deimos. What can he do with it? That is the question being asked here. Can he do anything with it? You go for the hunt on the Scopus, well, she just teleports away. The others, though, they're fair game, they're fair going. Might be able to make something happen there. Bit of a spray back towards backside from the side of Balu. Not going to find anything at all, though, as Binu up all the way above, floating, roaming about here on the Scopus here. Being a problem for the attacking side as they're already knocking on the door of the objective, but here comes the death mark tracker, and now there's the choice for Binu. Do you try and take it, or do you just swap away to the other shell? But the hunt is called off there by Steno. Death mark burn. 1:15 left to go. Hopping now being sort of eyed up by Oblivion here, but you've got to be cautious of the players up above here, because right now they can open this one up. Impact Grenade's going to come on through from both Medi and Bino, and that's going to shake up the spots here, make Oblivion sticking this plant quite difficult, unless they can hold on to it, but can't quite find it. It's going to be stuck through regardless. It's cloudy by the front door to deny any more retaking from Rocks, but right now they've got a man advantage, but they've also got a post plant to take, and a very difficult one at that. 4 versus 3 in this situation right now. They're holding it. The Warden sees the feet of the Blackbeard, trying to use the smoke for cover. Actually finds it huge from fire. Try and push up now, using the smoke against the attacking team. A massive man advantage right now. 2 versus 1 here. Max has to come up huge with the pistol, and he does it! Yet another round. Free for Oblivion now that they've just stolen. And Max is as confused as I am. Zero way that they should be getting away with that one. And it rocks Horizon. Oh no! Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. We're going to have to do our bans in-game yet again, unfortunately. Ban bug continuing. We'll just count them down, do the bans yet again. But regardless, one of that's got to sting. And I think Baloo immediately getting in there with the right idea. Get rid of the Blackbeard and get rid of the mirror coming in from the side of Oblivion. They understand the game. They know what we're seeing through. And well, now comes the hard part, comes the difficulty of this one. How do Oblivion take this? They've got 3 match points to play with right now, and Rocks, they started off so good. There were some really solid rounds there, but third time, something that should not have slipped away from them was just slipped out of their, just sand falling through their fingers. And it's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate to see, because they've looked so good, and Oblivion, I've got to give them credit where it's due. They're spotting these opportunities and they're taking full advantage. Full advantage is being taken by the side of Oblivion right now, and you've got to give them credit for it. Spotting the gaps, taking full advantage of them, and it's found themselves in a very comfortable position in what has really been a close matchup between these two, but the scoreline at the top of your screen doesn't do it that justice. 6-3. Not good right now over for the side of Oblivion, so over on the side of Rocks Horizon. So the question now comes of, well, how can things change up here? How do things change on through? That is going to be the question between these two as well. We will wait and we will see. Either way right now for Oblivion. Incredibly happy indeed with how things are going, but yet again we've seen Rocks slip some rounds away, and will we see the same from Oblivion? A lot of utility being thrown in here quite early over on that side, and looking at the plant, looking at the operators being brought. As soon as you get that library control, send the cluster charges in, get the sense in, and start trying to stick down that diffuser. That's the game plan here from Oblivion, but to do so, as I say, they're going to need to clear out this top floor. Or they might not opt to clear it at all. There's not anyone contesting directly onto library here. It might be free for Oblivion to just try and make the hop in here. They're eyeing up for it. Here comes the utility, and they're just going to full on send it. The fuse attempt being made here by Shamari. No one on the side of Rocks in a position to try and make the response on through. They think the plant's on the other side, but no, it's not. It's by the window, and now the fuse has gone down. Players on the side of Oblivion are all over the place. Max is going to go down, however. Rocks start with a man advantage, but that's key there. Shamari's outside the building. Players are dropping left and right. Double for Steno. Absolutely massive right there. Contesting on the player in towards Mudroom there. Needs to try and do something about it. Going to be going to try and revive the player on through as the retake towards the top floor comes underway for Rocks Horizon. The issue is Steno's not only there waiting. Triple kill in the round. Eventually shut down by Medi, but he's got to drop down in a very risky spot. It's all onto fire. Faced up with a shield in a 1 versus 3. Not going to be able to close it out. Shamari does indeed. And with that, Oblivion Gaming take a 7-3 victory here against the side of Rocks Horizon, who will now find themselves eliminated here from Combine Qualifier number 1. A great showing indeed from the side of Oblivion Gaming, but unfortunate for Rocks Horizon. There's so many opportunities, but none of them capitalized upon. Can't be said for Oblivion though. They spotted those opportunities, they found them, and they took full advantage of them there, and you've got to give Oblivion Gaming credit for that one there. Great performance from them, and they will now be going up against the side of kick a belt or go next. So two very impressive sides on there for them. A massive challenge waiting up for them there in our round of 16 games. And as well, the other thing you've got to give it to side of Oblivion Gaming now as well is they have now solidified themselves with points of today. Any team still in the competition at this point in the round of 32, they now have points underneath their belt. They have some rounds, they have some points, and they will be solidified for themselves and can start to build up on those over the next couple of weeks. So they're on the leaderboard now. The only question that remains is how high can they climb it? And well, to find out, we will have to wait and see, of course. Here we are getting now. I'm just going to go and see what the bracket looks like here for these two sides. Oh, Turks and Lescalarians. I believe Tom J. Sherlock and Ethan Mabby are streaming that one. That's a banger game. That's going to be a banger game. Let's have a sneaky. I'm gonna have a sneaky cheek peek and see how that one is going. Spoiler alert for that one. It's 1-1. Oh, it's on border as well. Ooh, that one's got to be an absolute steamer of a game. But anyway, and regardless of, it now all lies on to this next game here between the sides of Oblivion Gaming and their next opponent. That will be coming up for them quite soon, which is going to be. Can I? No, is it gonna? No, Oblivion. I can't see Oblivion. Am I in the right bracket? Yeah, I am in the right bracket. I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to throw it to a very, very quick break. We will be back with our third game of the day in not too long, I hope. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Are you in a field of ice and snow, holding out your hand for me to go? Wasn't scared to see you, always knew it in my bones that something here was bound to take me home. You said you don't know me well, but I'm your angel in white. I'll be close if you come, I'll be just behind you. You're not on the list, but I can get you inside. Use your mind, listen to my voices and guide you. Give yourself over, yeah, you don't wanna fight. If you do, I'm gonna bid you a hard cold goodnight. Baby, hang on to your ticket, chips and wind, alright. And if you don't trust it, hold it up to the light. Through the fire, break the fire, yeah. Chasing something true, caught in a bind. Maybe undo, maybe undo. 'Cause when every core felt off and the silence could be better, every motion falling flat. Had to leave you, had to leave you. Now you died, tried to pull me back. Like a fool who put you to work. With the pain you left still fresh. I can heal you, I can heal you. If you
Welcome back on in, folks, to our 6th Central Combine. Qualifier number 1 here. Starting to heat up a little bit here. Points are on the line for both of these sides now. So everything is getting ready to go. And we are almost underway here with our 3rd game of the afternoon. We're now in the round of 32 in terms of things. If you want to check out the full bracket, !bracket in chat, go have a look. It will take you through to the qualifier number 1 bracket where you can see exactly how things are panning out today. 32 teams do remain in the competition at this point. Every round and every best of one that gets played by, half of those teams are eliminated. So we are well and truly just about approaching the halfway point of the day now. Regardless of, it's starting to heat up, as I say, it's starting to get really spicy, and hopefully we're going to have some really good games this afternoon. I mean, we saw the previous one, if you were here for that, Rocks Horizon Oblivion game, in a phenomenal game and great showing from both two sides. However, Rocks Horizon unable to really close out end of rounds with mistakes towards the end of things, costing them quite a bit, letting clutches and silly little things slip away from them like that. And despite being a very close game on the surface, 7-3 was the scoreline. It was not, unfortunately, going the way that they wanted it to. So now we head to a different game. We're going to another side of the bracket now. Team Misclick versus Wisteria. Lineups that I think quite a few of you will be familiar with. Over on the side of Misclick, we've got Dice, Cake, Levy, Pizza, and AGM Ollie. And then over on the side of Wisteria, we've got Pozo, YMK, How, Neos, and Nolf as well. So we've got a nice mix of players here, nice little bit of rosters. Wisteria, I'm sure most of you have heard that name before. Misclick as well, floating around there. So plenty of players we know, plenty of teams we know. Hopefully, one of them will be eliminated, one of them will be going forward. And to have a look, let's take a look at where we're going to be going for that one. I will precipice these map bans are not in order of the actual order of the map bans. Oh, okay, we're not showing the bans. That's really rude of you. Oh, we are showing the bans. We're just showing the map first. So, spoiler alert, we're going to Clubhouse. But actually, in terms of what we're picking and where we're going, well, I think it does it in the order I placed them in the thing. Right, okay, so if I have to do that ban last. Anyway, these are the map bans. This is what the ban looked like. Not correct order, but just to give you an idea of how we got here, we are going to be going over towards a Clubhouse map that I'm sure you all know is very, very fun. Classical map here, El Clasico in terms of Siege, and hopefully is going to be a very, very exciting one to be close, sort of going on through things here. Of course, you know, you hit the round of 16, and that's where things I think start to get really, really spicy. This game and next is where things start to get exciting between all these teams, because of course you start to look at this bracket and you start to have the good teams being left in here right now. Obviously, there's too many to list off the top of my head. There's 32 of them right now. Over on the other side of this bracket, we've got Moto, Sansru, and Noble 5. Whoever wins that one will be going up against the winner of this game. And then over on that other top side of the bracket, you've got to start to get some names that I think will be familiar to a lot of you. No Meanies are up there. VG3, the third iteration of that old Viridis Galea roster. Oh, they're still kicking about. Oblivion and Next, they're playing right now. Mid Intentions, which is Mid Intentions. So we got Mid Intentions, we've got Valor, Seco Patas, Myth, Lenovo Legion, Onved. So a lot of these Turks-less Galerians, so many sides, Wild Multi-Gaming. So a lot of teams that are going to be familiar to you guys are hopefully sitting at home as fans of Tier 2 EU stuff. You'll be familiar with these names, these rosters, these players. We're starting to get it brought down just to them now. We're starting to get the big name battles between each other, and I honestly could not be any more excited for this one at all. And speaking of, I want to see how the Turks game is going, because that one excites me. Turks are 4-2 up against Les Galerians. Okay, go on Turks. I love the Turks. They were one of like the first teams up, like tier 2 sides that did properly get to cast. And every time I've spoken to any of them from that observer lobby chat, they've always been lovely. So they have a little bit of a soft spot in my heart. I won't lie for the Turks. There, always have loved those guys. So as we approach our best of one here, we'll see exactly how things fare, how it goes, of course. So we'll see. Of course, we're just waiting for players to hop into the lobby now. We've not got the ready mark just as of yet, but we can sit here. We can sit and chill. I am sad. 0 team kills today. I'm disappointed. We need some more team kills. Realistically, I want to start seeing some team kills. I want to see a couple of shooting each other in the back of the head. We've seen so many of it over the last couple of days, and then all of a sudden just have not. I want to see some shooting. I want to see some good team kills. I want to see some action. But action. Might just have to wait a little bit. Of course, we are just waiting, as I say, waiting for this lobby to be formed up. Clubhouse will be the thing. We're just waiting. We're having a couple of lobby troubles here, actually, so we might have a little bit of longer tech pause than anticipated. So we're just going to sit here, relax, and chat already. We could go float around and see what's going on some of the other feeds. If you guys want, should we go and watch one of the other games just for a little bit of something to do for the space of the next like 10-15 minutes or so? Should we just watch one of the other games, possibly? Just borrow on someone else's feed, see what is exactly going on elsewhere in the competition. It could be a little bit of fun. Could be a little bit of fun. Could be a little bit spicy, to go and say the least. But I think we'll leave it for the time being. Let's see who else is on. See who else is doing a bit of wonderful action here on the cast. You know, if I go to the in-game feed, I'm just going to quickly hide that one out. If I do a display capture, I can then go to boop. There we go. Cool. So we can actually see Twitch and stuff now. Cool. So you can all see what is going on my screen. So let's just go through the list. We'll start down top. We'll go down top to bottom here. We will go through top to bottom. We might have to sit through some ads. My apologies if we have to sit through some ads. Or Twitch just might want to be slow and just not load anything. Twitch. Pretty please, Twitch. Twitch. Is Twitch just not going to work? Yep, Twitch is working. So Tom, there you go. So Tom's on the Turks Escalarians game right now. Look at this one. God, Turks are 5-2 up right now. Looking good right now. Looking good right now. What's going on here? Dive was following. I believe she was following Onyx Ravens, but then they got eliminated. Boo. We have to sit here. We have to sit here and watch the ads. The very, very important ads. So it's how we make our money. So always do go watch the ads. Don't ad block on Twitch, folks. Watch the ads. One win. I don't think. Oh, you guys don't have sound. It's very like one win, one chance. Edgy. Okay. Everyone's on this. I mean, to be fair, this Turks game is definitely an upset. If the Scalarians lose this, that is a huge, 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 huge upset. Patho's down here. I believe he's casting with Lecky as well. Yes, he is over on the old Noble 5 Moto Sands game. Oh, Death Stranding 2. What banger. Or hopefully. That comes out this... Is it next week or this week Death Stranding 2 comes out? Sorry, this is really important. I find out when Death Stranding 2 comes out. Death Stranding 2 does indeed come out on the 26th, which is next Thursday. Yeah, it comes out next week. Oh, Noble 5 3-0 up. And I believe that is everyone. I think everyone is still watching the old Les Galarians Turks game. Everyone is still on watching that one. We've got all of Team Misclick in the lobby. We are just waiting on one or two from the side. So we've got one team in the lobby. We're just waiting on the other. It's not a bad start. Not a bad showing of things at all. So we'll just sit here and wait patiently for the next game to come on through. And always do go, of course, do go check out everyone here. Like everyone who is casting. It's Jess. No, Jess isn't streaming this. Penguin is not either. There you go. A bit of action between the two sides. There you go. Well, hopefully we will have our own game very, very shortly for you. Hopefully we will have ours. We can hope to have our game there very, very shortly. We can hope to get there eventually. Just a reminder, we will be heading on towards Clubhouse. Basically, we've got a bug where one of someone didn't leave one of the old lobbies, so now we can't join the new lobby, and one of the teams can't get in the new lobby, and it's kind of like we're in lobby limbo. So we're just waiting to get out of said aforementioned lobby limbo, and we will be in with the game. We will be there very shortly. We'll be there. We will be there when we get there, and then sooner or later, well, steaming through it. Sooner or later, it'll be Brazil League time, and we'll be going on to. So I'll probably, depending on, make this last game for me tonight, just because if you can't tell, I'm knackered. I didn't really sleep all too well last night, and casting in this heat has been a challenge. I don't really know why, but I'm just not struggling with it in this heat. I don't really know why. So we're just going to wait for the players to get on into the lobby. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to throw us to a very brief break just while we wait, because I can already feel my voice going. I'm already tired as fuck, if you can't tell. So we're just going to go. We're just going to throw it. We'll be back very shortly. Don't you worry. And hopefully we'll have a game on our hands when we do. So don't go anywhere.
Can you hear me calling out your name? Let me run to you and escape this place. Stop time, rewind, bring me back to you. How would it be in my heart if you only knew?
And welcome back on in, folks, to our third match of this afternoon here. We're now in the round of 32, so teams that here, they've all gotten themselves some points, but the question really lies on how far can they go. And I suppose, well, we will have our answer to that question in just a couple of seconds, because we are ready to head ourselves into our third game of the day here. It's going to be Team Misclick versus Mysteria coming up for you all right now. Let's see what these two sides have to offer one another. If you weren't here for the pre-show, Clubhouse was indeed the map of choice between these two sides. Bread and butter, a classic, one we all know, one we all love. But the question is, are Wisteria or Misclick going to come out on top? Who will it be? Well, there's only one way to find out. And of course, operator bands come on through first. Cade, fairly standard one. Thermite, one we don't see all as often here. But you know what? It's this new band system, and that's the thing. What we used to seeing as bands, that's going to change now. With these new bands, teams can make more bold bands because they don't have to play against their own bands. It really adds this extra layer of strategical depth and a little bit to the game, and I really hope I'm really excited to see how it goes, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see the double down on the hard breach here coming in from the side of Misclick. Nope, not at all. They're doubling down. Wisteria are going to have a very difficult time. You need dedicated hard breachers they've got left to them, a Habana or a Maverick, and they know they're running on the clock with those two, because as soon as that fourth round hits, they're going to be down to just the one. Very limited options, not a lot of time, so it's going to make things quite difficult for them to get these walls open, and certainly a difficulty for the attack. But these defensive bands, it's a bit of a different story. Cade and a Mirror. Operator bands we're all too familiar with. Even on the old banning system, we saw these kind of removals from the game. We saw all sorts of teams banning a Cade for making those hatches on basement very difficult to open, so get rid of him. Mirror, just because she generally is a very powerful operator, regardless of where you have her, and pretty much all maps, she has an impact. So fairly standard bans there. Nothing too crazy that the side of Misclick are going to have to play without. Whereas over on the side of Wisteria, they might struggle a little bit with these newer bans, these slightly different picks. Of course, I have to let it see and let it pan out and pay through. No, one of the gas pipes has been hit early. So that one, big boom opened up nice and quickly. As we also see the reworked Clash here. Cake going to be bringing that one out. I hope I am pronouncing that one right. I'm going to go with Cake for this one on our lovely reworked Clash. Of course, if you aren't familiar, if you haven't played CGX yet, first and foremost, it's free. Get on that. It's great fun. Secondly, she can now sprint, she can now vault, and she can now plant it down and hide behind it and use it like a portable mirror window. It's scary, it's powerful, it's very, very good, and very great on extended holds, exactly like this from Team Misclick, where they're going to be holding out towards this eastern side of the map here, holding up Red Stairs server side as well. Hopping comes in from the Montaigne, but he gets taken down. Beautiful shot from Levy. Opens this one up for Team Misclick, and that's going to be an issue there for Wisteria, because the spearhead, the point of their attack, has been removed. They do have a second shield available. YMK going to be outside of the breach on the Blackbeard, but they've already spotted it out. They're double dipping on it. Ollie knows if he goes for a swing there, it's going to be a very, very risky one. It's going to be difficult indeed, but Ollie's going to find Nolf anyway. Nice early pick there as Wisteria. 2 men down and a minute in, and not a whole lot to show for it. The call for the retreat comes through for Team Misclick there. You've made your statement. You've done your job. Go away and hide. Retreat away and don't show anything that you don't need to. That's going to be the mantra there. That's going to be the goal. And for Team Misclick, they've done exactly that on their extended hold. And now they can just let Wisteria do their thing, slowly make their way towards the objective, contest them as and when they get in the way. But right now, it's all eyes up on towards construction here. How do they make the push across? Well, YMK does just that. Supported by Pozo behind, gets out towards the objective door, hit by the EMP from the bulletproof. Nothing too severe just yet right now. Wisteria having to try and find some scraps here, but Toxic Babe's stalling them out. Terrigan doesn't actually deal with the bulletproof cam, and that's a bit of intel gone there. It's going to stall it, but you can't get rid of those Rotero drones once they've activated. It's only a matter of time, and kaboom. Nope. Maybe we can stall it. We'll stall it for a little while. Why the hell not? Speaking of stalling, IMK being stalled out there by a little bit of fire, and you can tell the flank watch isn't quite through there for Wisteria. They're watching behind. There's no one back there. They're chasing ghosts. Might not have an idea on the flank, but you've got to be careful in these 3 versus 5s. You're already in a difficult man situation, and going any further than this, losing anyone else is going to make it almost nigh on impossible to win. Drop down from Neos, down below. YMK wanted to make the entry in towards the objective there. Has to play it really, really risky because that bulletproof camera is still not gone. I'm guessing each time you hit it with the EMP, it resets the timer. So that camera is not going anywhere as long as someone stays on that. And someone can keep staying on it because Ollie keeps on getting these kills. YMK taken off the board here. Neo's on the bottom of main stairs. But look at this. Dice is playing it close with the shotgun. And now that the Flores is the only one that remains, 15 seconds left to go. It's going to take nothing but of a Hail Mary. Taking it close with the shotgun there. Dice swinging it. Goes for the find. Can't quite hit the second shot, but look at this. It's all 5 players going for it from the side of Misclick, and they're just going to take it. Flawless round off the get-go there. Incredibly good-looking start there to their defense. Side of Wisteria, the same positivity cannot be said. Unfortunately for them. Did not look good, off to a bad start and unable to really make any recovery from that. And I think that's the key thing there. You start it off, but then you don't get that full recovery on through. That's going to sting a little bit. That's going to make things a little bit harder. And unfortunately for the side of Wisteria, they're going to be going down in the flawless half. But as is always, it's the first round of what could be many here. It's only the one, it's only the first, so I wouldn't be too concerned by it, as there's always going to be more action to be played here between these 2 sides, and hopefully for them, someone will be picking up the pace a little bit for Wisteria, because it can't get a whole lot worse than that. That is the positive. But for Team Misclick, they move over to the other top floor site now. Going to be heading into Cache CCTV to see what they can get cooking up over there. Get a bit of hold down below from the smoke and the castle. Little scene. Levy going to be trying to hold on towards stop there, deny any impact coming on through. No. Let's see what they can get cooking with that one, shall we? Here, construction wall still soft. Ollie placing one of those bulletproof cameras that we saw used to really great effect in the previous round there. Placing it down, pops it through. Oh, Levy already prepping the castle barricade. Aggression from Misclick. I do like it. They are getting into faces of Wisteria. They are sort of not answering them at the door, at the hurdle. And I really do like to see that from them. It is definitely a good quality to have. Something great to see from them. But got to focus on the breaches right now. Montaigne going to be brought along. No, not supported and supplemented by a Blackbeard this time around. But it is going to be an interesting way to see how they try and push into this one here. Really see what they can do with this clubhouse hold right now. Because, let's say, already struggling with, I think, with the lack of hard breach here. And it's allowing Misclick to not have to pick onto like the bandit too much. Because hard breach is already quite limited. They can pick onto the bandit without having to have that worry of the additional factors. All of these walls being opened up, because you've only got a Maverick and a couple of can openers. You've not got this excess of options. But How does have an excess of kills as takes down Dice, storms in towards Garage there. Unaware of the one up towards Rafters. 2 quick kills come back from Mystic, leveling us out on the scoreboard here. Even 3 mans apiece as the Montaigne now in towards Garage is locked in. No way out just as of yet. Someone's going to have to open up those key barricades for them because the remaining members of Wisteria, they're locked outside, and Wally in a good position right now. Try and make something happen. Sprays through on towards the rappel. Quite finds any hedge just yet. That is an old skin if I've ever seen one. Old Milan Major Charm. That one was a while ago now. I feel like an old man. Milan was a while ago. Milan was like years ago. Bloody hell. Anyway, Game at hand. 1 minute 10 left to go on the clock here. Pete's trying to challenge the player on towards the rappel. Does take a lot of damage for it and eventually retreats back off. And the thing is, I think here for Team Mystic is they can just be happy and hold what they need to hold. Okay, going to be in a great position here to deny any progress, but you turn your back at the wrong place. Pozo takes this clash down, and that puts Team Misclick into a difficult situation now. 50 seconds to go, so still plenty of time for the attack here, and they're effectively knocking on death's door right now. They know the way in. They just need to try and find a way through to force this defuse down. Hero play is needed, and Ollie's going to try and find it, but can't quite get it. Instead gets brought down to low HP, and with Pizza taken out, and Pozo finding Ollie, Wisteria answer back with a round of their own. Tie up the scoreline 1 apiece. And a much better round there from the side of the attack, but the question is, can the trend continue? No ban phase. One more before that final ban comes on through, and I've got to give credit to Wisteria there. Despite having very limited hard breach options, they are making it work. They are doing a very, very good job of making all of the hard breach work on their side, and it is good to see. I do quite like to see that kind of thing coming on through, happening. It's always a positive when you see these teams actually making the effort with these hard breaches and actually converting things through. Always a benefit, always a plus. And now we'll have to wait and see what can be done on the side of Misclick. We're going to complete the rotation, not going to go back up towards CC. Going to be in towards the base, see what they can offer. Well, it seems like a fairly standard basement lineup here. Nothing too out of the ordinary, I would say. I wouldn't say it's anything like crazy, horrible, out of the ordinary between these sides. It's really a fairly standard looking lineup here from the defense here. Obviously, Levy's really liking his casting. Good, great job of things so far. 3-1 in the first couple of rounds. Great start, great start. But the question is, this is what I say. Can it continue onwards? That is what I want to know. That is the important thing. And well, beside Wisteria, it's this Montaigne. He's been passed around quite a little bit. Everyone likes to play him a little bit, and it's fun to have a big shield in your face. You don't need to worry about shooting back. You don't need to worry about really doing any of these things. You can just chill and just let people just spot things out and let your teams do the head clicking for you. It's a very valid method of playing this game, and it's one I'm quite partial to. Quite a strong sort of roam around the map here for the side of Misclick. All players, 2 of them rather, on the top floor. Not one we see all the time on this basement site, but they're going to look to burn a lot of time. C4 in the back pocket at 1, and 1 going to have a constant, never-ending supply of goo mines. It's going to make attacking quite difficult. Cake going to be faced up with a Montaigne over towards Tunnel here. You can hear the shield going up and down. Toxic Babe will eventually be burned through it, but it's quite a spread bit of attention right now for Wisteria. They need to try and find their way into this. That's going to be the difficulty. They need to find their way in. They're looking for that opener, but the issue is the longer you're looking, the less time you've actually got to take advantage of it. So you need to make some quick progress. In towards stock now, should be able to get the hatch open there. Got the can openers and the ex-Kairos to do it, and Laka Kaid and the tuber out should make it a fairly easy job here for the attack. But yeah, again, you've got to deal with this roam because they're still contesting anything and everything right now, making sure that Wisteria have to fight for every square inch of the map, and it's definitely causing them to think about, and Double really have to, doubt themselves that little bit. You see Ollie in a real tough spot right now, but he's still alive, he's still kicking for it. Can't quite enter through the breach there, throws the goo mine down. But now with a bit of pressure applying from the main doorway, Niels is eventually going to find the kill. But the job from Ollie there was the time wasting, and I'd say he's done a good job of it. Only a minute left now. Hatches are starting to get opened up by the side of Misclick. 4 versus 5. Can they go and do it? Got an early start, an early man advantage through, but whether they'll be able to get it done, get the job dusted, that's another question or not. 45 seconds left to go now on the clock here. Attack needs to start to get a move on. Not much in the way of vertical besides hatches. Castle barricades still rampant throughout this first floor. Going to make this entry and movement through it a bit of a challenge as Cake gets one towards Noel for How on the Montaigne, taking a lot of damage here. YMK needs to make the drop in, but a Toxic Babe's actually going to be the one to confirm the kill on a Montaigne, as well as a quick kill from Pizza. And Misclick are doing a very good job of holding on to this basement site right now. 1 moto, 1 main stairs. Can they make it happen? 20 seconds left to go. Neil starts us off with 1, but it's going to need to be a massive hero play from here. 13 seconds left to go. Diffuser is cold. They have to make the push, and they have to go through a crossfire to do so. Throw all the flash grenades they have in the world here. Try to do what they can, but another self-blind from Pozo goes down for it. Shot in the back there by Pizza, and it's going to be the side of Misclick holding on for around there. Bit of clutch potential there from Wisteria, but not quite enough, unfortunately, to see it all the way through. And now our second ban, or our second set of bans, rather. Question is, do Misclick go and get rid of another hard breacher? Yes, they do. And the Clash gets taken off the board as well. Fair set of bans. I mean, obviously, this is the difference between what you can do with the new bans. I think it's a good highlight of it here because Misclick, they've gone into this with a plan. Get rid of all the hard breachers. That's their plan. They've stuck with the plan. Plan has not changed. On the side of Wisteria, or on the side of Team Misclick, sorry. No, on the side of Wisteria, I'm going crazy. On the side of Wisteria, they've adapted a bit more reactively. They've noticed that Misclick are taking advantage of the Clash, so they have opted to get rid of her. That's the kind of two ways you can use this ban system. You go into it with a plan and go for a big strategy, or you go into it reactively. That is the two ways you can really take advantage of it, two ways you can do it, and it's dependent on everything. And yeah, Kelstrom, got console team in here. It's great to see. It's not only is it great to see them actually here, it's great to see them ex-console. Are they not playing on console now? Do you know if they're playing on... Well, obviously they're not playing on console now. Can you... This is the thing, cross-play's been in the game for ages, but you can't play... No, they're playing PC, yeah. It's great to see some ex-console boys in here. Yeah, console isn't allowed. It's weird because you got cross-play. I really was surprised that rule has still not been changed. I know it wouldn't be competitive, but it'd be fun. It'd be well fun to have some console, but it's nice to see these players from the console leagues coming in. It's not the first time I've seen it through. I obviously got to see a lot of like Ollie bits as well in like ESA and stuff like that. It's been nice to see them coming on through, and it's nice to see them doing well. Is the main thing because they've made it to the point now where they're getting points. And oh, you're in the German stream. Okay, go and enjoy the German stream. Go and enjoy that. Thank you for stopping by, and we're seeing you in Munich, hopefully, as well, Phil. Hopefully, see you in Munich. But thank you very much for stopping on in, saying hi. Much appreciated. Yes, sir. Good attaboy. Exactly what I want to hear. Love to hear it. Everyone is going to be in Munich, and it is going to be a blast. Speaking of blast, a lot of shotguns blasts going the way of that Kiva barricade. Finally opened up now. Levy. On the breach, tasked with watching the reinforcement. You can't miss the free Bose Max litre of beer. I'm not even a beer drinker, and I want the Bose Max beer. Can't miss it. My liver is not going to like that weekend. I can tell you that now. Did it all the way this far in advance. Oh, shots going through onto Nolf, but able to take down Levy there. That was from the nice long angle there. Levy taking a lot of the world on his shoulders there and just unable to convert through it. Dice on the back of Red Stairs, not the one to be targeted by Deimos, but going to make the retreat regardless of, because they hear the drop coming into Logi here. It's a difficult spot. Ollie forced to run away, but Dice is back to pick up the pieces. Takes down How. Ollie with another one of his own. Makes it a 3 versus 4. Wisteria are falling apart, but Pozo's fighting back just a little bit, but not before 2 more quick kills come the way of Misclick and leave it all on the shoulders of Neos. Locked outside of the building. Deathmark available, 2 of them in pocket with all 3 defenders identified, but you've now got the difficulty part of isolating these engagements. That's the difficulty, that's the hard part. Can they do it? I don't know. Let's see. 50 seconds to go. Niels makes the hop in now. Has to pick up the diffuser, has to either pick up the diffuser and plant or get these kills, the latter of which is going to be more likely of them, especially as Misclick are a little bit split right now. 3 players all over the place, but yeah, bulletproof camera yet again. It's going to be spotting him through. He's cornered now, and he's going to be taken out there. Ollie steals the deal, and just like that, Team Misclick starting to build up some rounds now, starting to build up a little bit of a lead. Looking well good here over on for the round of these group of ex-console boys coming together, and yeah, 3-1 up here so far. Done the bare minimum for the half, even half fair dues on a clubhouse. So done the bare minimum now for Team Misclick. Anything else at this point is bonus points for the side of Wisteria. They've got some catching up to do. We've seen some good rounds from them, but we've also seen some not so good rounds from them. We want to see that pace being moved. So let's see if we can get it going up all of the way. That's the important part. That is what we want to see. We want to see this catch up here being made on through. Can they do it? Or we will wait and we will see. regardless of, we are back up to Cash CCTV for another go at this top floor here, see what they can do on it. Whether anything of magic will be able to happen or not, this is going to be the question. I'm just going to go trying to find streams quickly. Oh, we got lobby bugs. Lovely. We love it. Love to hear about the lobby bugs. I believe they're doing this. Are they doing this on the Meister Shaft? No, not on Meister Shaft channel. Is this on the E-Wave channel? I found a German stream. I found a German stream. Cool. Okay. Cool. That is on the E-Wave channel, by the way. E-Wave Esports. All capitals. All one word. Go check that out. If you'd rather watch, go and watch the stream in German. That is also where Ogon is observing from. Shout out to Ogon for not only letting me use the clean feed, but also doing a cracking job of observing. Like the free cam work today, mwah, chef's kiss, perfection. I'm loving absolutely every little bit of it. And well, maybe not loving it so much is going to be Wisteria right now. Have to find their way into this one. How do they do it though? Well, it sounds simple. It comes with winning the ones. These roam clears have been punishing for them. Misclick have been at the forefront of every possible opportunity and bringing that aggression from the console over towards these PC lobbies, and they're now in competing for it. Really trying to steam ahead here and build up those more points for themselves, because as I say, it's all the important games now. These are all the important games where you can really start to build some points and get yourselves ahead. And you know, with another qualifier, of course, tomorrow the scoreboard will be reset between days. Never know what can truly happen between the two. So one of these teams, as I say, it's one of these teams, it's elimination. That's the other scary part. One of these teams, it's done, dusted here after this one. A Noble 5 will be waiting for them in the results. If you are wondering what happened there between Noble 5 and Moto Sans Rue, Noble 5 73, and Ollie now 5 and 2. Levy in a great position right now to take some free kills. Free fires a bit early and gets spotted out because of it. Neos takes him down. A second quick kill coming in from Wisteria. They're fighting back right now. Man advantage converted their way, but can they hold on to it? Minute 10 left on this round. Pete's playing up towards top rafters. Still got the power positions being held. Toxic Babe as well. Plenty of keep barricades to work with. Utility is available somewhat for the defense, but the attack, they've got plenty of their own. Stun grenades, Capital bolts, as well as a Rotero drone. They've got a lot available to them right now. And Misclick. Oh, they might not be watching. They might not know. Quake gets the one on towards Nullfit, allowing Dice to go for some kills, but it's read into there. Pizza's holding the fort down towards front of the garage, but they've got to be careful of this run out now. Misclick, very good job to equalise that round here, and now find themselves in a good position. 3 versus 3. Montaigne brings the gun down, shield down, toying with it. Pizza in a very difficult spot right now. Retreat's going to be cut off there by the asphyxiating bolt, but he's holding his nerves strong. He's not giving away anything right now, and it's all about wasting time. 20 seconds left to go. The pushing from the breach doesn't work out. Neo goes down. Powell tries to take gunfights, gets one, gets immediately traded back, and it all leaves it on to Pozo. Down in the bottom of Garage here. 2 remaining players of Misclick are low HP, but they're disciplined. They won't give this one away. They won't swing it. They will just let the clock do the talking, and they will take their 4th round. Let's head into round number 6. Final round of this first defensive half now here for the side of Misclick. Really great half from them. Impressed with what I've seen from them on it, in all honesty. Really, really great stuff. The question is, can they carry it on through into their attacking half? Because that is sometimes where we do see teams start to struggle a little bit. Obviously, you know, ever so long saying it is a game of 2 halves. Things do change. Things change quite frequently in the side of Siege. And well, when that halfway mark goes through, you never know really what can happen between the two. The whole game might be flipped on its head, but right now the game is certainly one that's favouring Misclick. 4-1 up. Looking incredibly good so far. Good trade game, good balance between aggression, but then also that discipline to retreat away, hide back when they don't feel like things are going their way. It's a very, very good, well-rounded showing from them right now, and I feel like Wisteria are just struggling to make those gunfights and really bring the challenge to the side of Misclick right now. And it's certainly costing them, but it can certainly perhaps be changed a little bit, of course. It's only the first half, and as I say, things can change, things do change. But is it going to? That is the real big question right now. because I'm not entirely convinced. I'm not entirely sure whether they will or they won't. And as I say, there's only one way to really watch this too and to really see it is to let this game be carried on through all of the way. So, final time. Scopos being brought now by Dice. See what they can do here on our favourite roaming lurky run-around operator here, teleporting robots, you name it, she's got it. Really great character. And very good on this basement for Clubhouse, I feel. Really, really good for it. You can just teleport back down as soon as things get a little bit heated. It makes this extended hold, which we don't see a lot of teams do, but Misclick, obviously, they do quite like to play into that. Ollie, very aggressive here on towards Jacuzzi. And that Scopus we were talking about instead is going to rather be the first one to fall. Hal finds them out. And early man advantage goes away with Wisteria. Levy looking to try and contest onto this top floor still, supported by Ollie to try and get something back for the side of Misclick as Wisteria. They have themselves an early advantage. Pizza is going to be marked out, is going to be found out, retreats away, but it's actually Ollie to come up. Takes down one. Levy falls elsewhere, though, to YMK. Oh, Poser sees the back of one, is able to find elimination. 2 kills now, 2-man advantage for the side of Wisteria, as the side of Mystic all down to Cake and Pizza in a 2v4. Difficult spot. Half the round left to play with, plenty of death marks available as well, and with no mute being bought. There's nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. Deimos, Neos is coming for you. See, so much confidence right now, hiding there, trying to support it, trying to bait it out here below on the vertical, but it's not going to be given away. It's actually going to go the other way as Nolf takes down Cake. 1v4 now for Pizza. Had an incredible start to the game so far, 4-2 this half, but 1v4 might be a little bit too much to ask here. Double up the kill count in the next minute. And with Deathmark weighing on your shoulders as well, it's not going to make things any easier than they already are. The game is known, the pre-fire is made, and Neos takes the kill, and Wisteria take themselves a 4-2 half there. Not at all a bad showing, much better than the 5-1. It's not ideal, but they now move on to defense, which is definitely the more comfortable of the two sides here in Open Quals. So now it's really it's time to start seeing the wings of Wisteria start to spread and really start to see what they can do. But of course, before we get there, yet again, more operator bands coming on through. And what curiouses me is, do Misclick do what they did before and go for the more traditional ban, the targeted strategical bans, or do they go for a more reactive style of banning? Cade and Hibana removed. Fairly standard set there. Breaches and hatches are going to be very, very funky to open up now. Dynamic of that has changed just a little bit, and we wait for our second ban to come on in. Let's see, who will it be? Mirror and a Thermite. So a much more standard set of bans from Misclick this time around. Wisteria really tripling down on that, or doubling through on the hard breach, rather. Good start, good show from them. See what they can do with it. The question is, will they be able to make much happen? Down towards the basement for the first objective here, first showing. See what we've got cooking now. As I say, this is that reset point. You're halfway through the game now. Everything has changed. The entire scoreboard has changed. Everything is different. You are now attacking or you are now defending. Different game, different goals, different objectives. But it is Clubhouse. Everyone will be so well rehearsed in this. It's a well-oiled machine. Everyone knows what to do. Everyone knows their place, their piece, their part of this round. It's all about the micro details on Clubhouse, the small little difference makers between these two. One wrong footstep can be costly for your team, same as one right placement of a bullet can change the entire course of a round and possibly even the game.
10 seconds to go.
It's always a lot of fun, this map. As simple as it might be, as basic as it might be, a good bit of Clubhouse, and nothing ever quite beats it. So for the side, it's now advantage held by Misclick currently. And now it relies whether they can maintain to it a bit of a trend-setting one. Really, I think this first round is going to be here. How does the rest of this half go? Because Misclick did really well for the first couple of rounds of the first half, and they did overall, I would say, did a better job in that first half. So now we look towards the second half to really see, are things going to change? Pizza. Outside a strip here. Should spot the scope post there on the entry. Has to be cautious of that one. She probably needs to go and be dealt with by one of the other members here on the team. The question is, who is it going to be? Or is she just going to teleport away? That's the other alternative. That's the other option. drones now as well. Now start a bit of vertical work here. Despite the everlasting roam presence coming through for Wisteria, Misclick don't seem too bothered. They're still doing what they need to do, and despite Neos really hanging about, trying to cause a problem here, and How as well playing behind bar, no one from the side of Misclick is really too fussed about dealing with them just yet, but this, as I say, that Levy takes down How. Good opener there for Misclick, takes down the castle. And the question for the roam comes in, does Neos hold on, or do they retreat away? Of course, you hold on to it, it's a risk. But risks can pay off, and you need something to try and stem the loss of that bleeding and really turn that man advantage back. For the side of Misclick, though, that initial kill is going to be the energy they need to continue on forwards. With that man advantage, they can start to make their way through dirt, start to make the push up now. Ollie heading down in now, pushing down towards side of Boiler, side towards Blue, and just going to walk in towards the objective. Takes a lot of damage for it. They know he's in there. It's going to be difficult. Dice gets eventually found back by YMK. Close angle with the shotgun. Breaks Ollie down. C4 goes out to confirm the kill, but it's not needed. Pozo's found it first. And for the attack of Misclick, the inaugural start, it is not going very, very well. Levy is all that remains. Locked outside of the building in a one burst. It's 4. We saw Pizza be put in this position not too long ago. And now it will be a very difficult spot to be in. You're not going to win it, very unlikely. So just hang about outside, really. Just take the unofficial timeout. Take this unofficial little pause here as a bit of a breather, because this is the thing. You can't let these attacking rounds tumble. You can't let these attacking rounds build. Reason being for so is because right now Misclick only have a 2-round round advantage, and that'll only go down to 1 in the next 20 seconds or so. If you start to let Wisteria build some rounds, they then take the advantage, and that is not only a massive mental swing, it's also a massive momentum swing. Try and make the hop in here, but 10 seconds to go. 4 players watching, it's not going to happen. YMK closes out. Wisteria 1 away from tying us up here, and that's the thing. You have to be able to stem the losses early on this attack. You can't let things get too slipped away from you, and that's exactly what Misclick are going to be worried about there. So you take that pause, you take that little bit of a breathe, really, to try and see how you can do it, how you can change and adjust things. And, well, we'll see whether they'll be able to or not. Let it see. Let it see, English, please. 4-3 is the scoreline now. Top floor being headed up. We're seeing Clash being bought quite a lot on Clubhouse. We haven't really seen a lot of her all day, but both these teams really like her. And they're bringing her or banning her along, one or the other. Either way, they're doing it. Clash is annoying to deal with. Clash should be gotten rid of. I can't speak English, so I'm absolutely I'm losing it right now. I'm telling you, it's these late nights, it's these late evenings between these sides, and makes things difficult. But 5-5. I said 8 nights. It's 4 o'clock. Hunger is the answer. Hunger is very much the answer. Blame food. We all want food. We're not being given snacks as well. Admins, snacks. Snacks, please, admins. Our last 90. 5v5 though. Let's see how the round continues onwards here. Flash hold all the way up in garage, actually. All the way up top here in garage. Over on the other side here towards the rafters. See what she can get going with this position. It's a good spot. Could burn a lot of time. She's got to make sure the support's there, because the Clash on her own can be good in a 1v1, but if it becomes a 2v1 against the Clash, she can be struggling a lot without any backup. So, and there will be players close by. Niels is in cash. It was all red stairs position, as well as How in construction. So, no, totally not on their own. Not locked away on their lonesome, but got to be cautious of it. But for as long as they're alive, can provide a lot of intel off the back of that Clash there. As the push towards rafters already for the side of Misclick has already been proven through, already successful. Now starting to make the push across, and they're doing so without any cost yet, which I think is the main thing for the side of Misclick. They're making these advances, and they're not really costing them a whole lot yet. They're using the Roteros for other things and standard utility, but nothing too much in terms of flashbangs, smokes, or well, they don't actually have any flashbangs or smokes. They've used 1 of 2, so I suppose 50% usage, as well as the cow on hives, the bees. Not a lot. Not a lot at all, but push on through is now being made by Cake in towards construction, and if you get to looking in towards the side, so if you can see the bulk of the defense going to be remaining here, then you've got Howell all the way down below, looking to play Devil's Advocate with a C4. You can see the Valkyrie cameras as well, flicking through the lot, trying to find something, trying to spot one. You never know, might be able to find something big with that C4 if it doesn't go droned out. No overall dedicated roam hunting operators from the side of Misclick either. So it is going to make any flanks that can be brought along by the defense very, very devastating if they are successful. Levy starts to firing on the shots on through, not going to be able to find anything. Bit of damage on towards the shield, but so I mean, 50 seconds and all 10 players are still standing, but I can't imagine that one going for too much longer here. Howell has been spotted out down below, takes a lot of damage. Trying to get the retreat back up towards the site to support the rest of the team. Pizza goes around to try and catch, but the ball is already long gone out of your court at that point, but Howell's returning himself down below. This is a pivotal gunfight here, an early man advantage. If Howell can get this, it would be absolutely huge, and Pizza caught looking the wrong way, and Valkyrie, Rome successful, can get away, a double C4 as well, and triple for Howell. Diffuser is down and cold, Dice unable to make a plant because of these evil eye cameras, taking damage from every left, right possible angle. Howell confirms the last, and just like that, the attack on the side of Wisteria, on the side of Misclick, not at all successful and completely shut out there, and a good start, but just not able to convert it on through. And now 4 versus 4 against 4 in terms of round count, we're tied up. And this is where the game starts to get interesting now, because Misclick are looking really disjointed on these attacks right now. They just need 2 of them to bring us to an overtime. 3 to win it in regulation. It's doable. It's not unheard of on the clubhouse, but only 4 more rounds to close it out in regulation. It's looking unlikely for the side of Misclick. Or Mysteria, really. This one has all the recipes of an overtime, but then that is providing that I think Team Misclick really get their attacks together, because the last 2 have not been convincing. Wisteria have looked by far a great team on defense as well, and really causing a lot of problems for Misclick, and especially those late round closeouts where they've just not looked competitive at all in them, unfortunately. It needs to change, and hopefully it will come soon. Of course, we'll have another ban coming through in a round or 2 which in next round, which can change things, but at that point, if Wisteria win another, they've taken the lead back off you in 3 straight rounds. That's the momentum really in their court at that point, and this 5 is important because it puts you 1 away from an overtime, 2 away from a closeout. It is looking very, very strong right now for Wisteria. They just need to keep doing what they've been doing, and I know the ban we'll probably see from Misclick. It's probably going to be the Clash ban. On the side of the defense, I don't know what they're going to ban, really, if I'm being honest. Probably go with another hard breacher, probably the Ace is a good option there, because Misclick haven't really been too much on the Maverick, not really been comfortable bringing him, so I can see why you would want to get rid of the Ace, because then they're going to force him on something that is go. Oh, Dados. Free alcohol. What is the siege event without alcohol? Without booze? Like that is the strat. Oh, Clash set herself down up here in Rafters. Wants to hold on to this position or bait it out just a little bit. Montaigne gonna have to move away there. I think he knows there's another player that's down below there, lurking through, and obviously if he pushes in with that shield, he's going to be made vulnerable, he's going to be moved, and then Howell's going to take the gunfight and easily mop up that kill there, and there's no support from Misclick either. Someone really needs to come around sort of soonish and provide that support. The garage wall has been opened up, so someone can on rappel, but no one's there to do it really. Pizza's outside still. Bit of a stalemate emerging here over towards this garage side as we look elsewhere on the map. Outside of the main breach, it's going to be Misclick trying to find their way in, trying to find their entry. As they push him through, taking all the utility in the world right now. Montaigne doing everything he can to stay alive. Nolf as well to try and steady the loss. But it's going to be Dice, the first one to be lost indeed, as Howell claims the life of the Ace there, taken down. Opening pick goes the way of the defense, but at the forfeit of the control over towards Rafters. Held by Wisteria right now, but not for long, as Levy takes down Pozo, equalises us out for a piece. And yet again, this stalemate continuing to hold on through. No one really want to be the one to make that hop in because they know it's risky. They know it's difficult to do so. that Monty moves in. He's met with a clash and likely picked up because of it. You see here, he's now moved in, being met by a clash. He's in a tough spot in the corner. Swing out comes in from Levy, gets punished by Howe, who's got a double so far this round, and he's going fishing for more here. Wants to try and bring the fight to this Montaigne. Has to be cautious of the one outside of the breach, and Pizza down below. His castle is obviously the next goal here for the attack, but the question is, can they deal with him? Howe's aware of the player, but can't quite find the gunfight. Pizza finds it, makes it a 3 versus 3. Cake in a position now to try and bait and try and stick this blood on through, but the question is the cover from the rest of Misclick there? No, it's not, as they're dropping like flies, as Melf finds them all, and just like that, Wisteria, they take 3 in a row, 5-4, and an advantage, 4-2 half. Now find themselves 4-5 up, and it's quickly slipping away from Misclick right now. Can this final ban of regulation be the difference maker? Be the change? Be the one that changes the course of things for Misclick right now? Because if they can't find something to change the direction of this ship, it's quickly looking to sink, because Wisteria build themselves back up here. Clash ban. I'm going to pretend I'm surprised. I'm surprised by the Blitz ban, though. I feel like we've seen a lot more Montaigne than Blitz so far this half. So interested to see the Blitz being the option, the ban of choice. Not going to question it, not going to deny it. Wisteria obviously know a little bit better than I will what the game. Also, YMK with that lovely little hello. You know the call, the legacy bundles. That's the word I'm looking for. Legacy bundles. Those things are awesome. By the way, I'd love to see some more of those. I can't wait to see what like. I'm hoping we get a couple each season. I know there's some moments I'd really love to see. Anything Berlin Major Grand Final. I think BDT going huge on Villa. That's still stuck with me. That's engraved in my head. I'd love to see that. I don't know who else. Other things immediately jump to mind. I think I'd really want to see there. Plenty of options. I mean, it's less around, more of a game, but the comeback, obviously I'm thinking more recently as well, the comeback from W7M against FaZe at that SI24 final, that's got to be commemorated somehow. There's so many great things in this game, man. So much in this history. So much. And we're setting new history as well, obviously, here in this one. Wisteria now have to advise this attack needs to be successful. Both teams have struggled on it, but Wisteria of the two have looked better on it, and it was allowed them to get the 2 rounds, whereas right now, Misclick, they haven't been able to find a single success on the attack, and that is costing them severely right now. That is really troublesome for the side of Misclick, because they're unable to really get themselves anywhere with it at the moment. Left Mark going to come on through, going to try and hunt down this Zami. They know roughly where she is playing, and she is playing close to it, but you have to make the hunt through, and you have to be cautious of anyone wanting to try and make that catch up through. Mute Jammer going to deny the remainder of that death mark, and he's just going to call off the hunt for the moment. Allowing a lot of map control to be free and to be roamed away, given away there. Wisteria fall back down to the basement and just let the remainder of this one play on through. Bit of free cam on the boogie drone coming on through, going on the floor. Opening things up here, taking out, Booty, impact grenade there. Well, there's quite a few impact, got a lot of explosives from Wisteria there. 6 impacts and 2 C4s. I want to see some of these explosives get put to use a little bit here. Montaigne is still in play, not being brought this time by the side of the attack. So it's going to be a few dolloping those cluster charges in to try and get rid of those evil eyes, to try and get rid of all the utility, because it's a very utility heavy lineup from the side of Wisteria right now. And it has been a cause of concern over on the attack. So bringing a fuse to deal with that is a good and effective method of doing so. And it's even more effective, though, is getting the kills. Nolf's going to go down. Key part of losing the Maestro as well is you can no longer use those evil eyes. You're watching as cameras, but you can't actively use them, which is a problem. Pizza went to buy himself and the team a little bit of mid-round reinsurance, but going to take down the Claymores in the process there, being cautious of the canister. You see how in a tough spot right now, in a really difficult one, quite low HP, fates the sound of the C4, knows he's being pressured, knows there's things being applied, but the intel is being fed through. The question is, how does Ollie apply it? Clean shot over towards Pozo, finds another. Ollie going huge in this round, trying to make it a quad, can't quite find YMK, but the damage has been done at this point. Misclick just have to hop on in, but they just pop into their demises as YMK comes up huge. Neos as well with 2. And it's now a 2 versus 2. What was so good for Misclick is now a difficult spot. 28 seconds left to go. Trying to force the diffuser down. Levy left on the cover. Can they stick it through? Yes, they can. Gonna force the push in now. Niels needs to come up huge. Sees the head of one, but can't quite find the elimination on it. Now, YMK try and clutch up the 1 versus 2. Misses the shots, but hits on the second spray of it. Now, just the one-on-one. Both players on low HP. Levy has to try and get it. Levy will indeed get it, and it's going to be Misclick finally able to put an attack through and tie the game up again. 5 apiece. As one of these teams will get a chance to close it out in regulation, one of them will not. Who will close it out? Who will not close it out? That is going to be the question. This one is heating up. This one is getting there. It's getting spicy between these two sides. The question is, does it last? Or is that the momentum shift needed for Misclick right now? Because they have looked wobbly so far on the attack, and even there, in what was a very strong round, it almost slipped through. They now need to make sure it's a bit more convincing than that. It's a little bit safer than that. They need to make sure this does not go any further. They had such a good start to this game, and it would be a shame to let it slip, but it wouldn't be the first time today we've seen teams, you know, Rock's Horizon earlier on, to name one, where they've had a good start, they've had a good showing, and then it's just kind of fizzled away and really just ended up costing them and really slipping through the cracks. So we will see. Let it go and let it see. 5 and 5, even footings right now, and not a whole lot to separate them. I'd still put the favour in Wisteria for how much better their defenses have looked, but you never know. That one round that Misclick just got, it might be the one that makes the difference. It might be the one that changes the outcome of this game. Have to see. 5 and 5. One team with a chance to close it in regulation. For the other, it'll then be overtime or bust. Overtime or elimination from qualifier number 1, and you'll have to start from scratch tomorrow. Well, not from scratch. You've got some points out of this. You've got a couple of points. You've got, I believe, 10 at this point. I believe you get 15 if you win this game. So you're building up the points already, a couple more. The next game's where it starts to get bigger because it's then 25, 50, 75, and then 100. So you really start to build them up after this. The games that follow, you just got to get this hurdle over the line first. And right now, it is proving to be a big hurdle for both of these sides, really. How preparing the also common C4 run out, of course, being the shield there. Cake can't really do a whole lot about that. Dice still, though, takes a lot of damage from it. As the push up here from CCTV for the attack, it's working on through eventually. Having to expend a lot of breaching utility to get the walls open, but they are getting them open. Oh, tight 3-cam work there. Go Ogon, and speaking of tight, Ollie takes down Niels there with a frag grenade. Opening pick going the way of Misclick. Gas pipe opened up. YMK forced to retreat back. The CC side of the map now firmly in the hands of Misclick. Emerging to be a bit of a bloodbath, this one. This place feels like I'm watching a border right now with the way these two teams are scrapping at one another, clawing at each other's throats, trying to find the eliminations. But at the stern moment, at the minute 20 mark, it's Misclick on top. It's Misclick high up with the advantage. And wait to see if and how they can get the job done. 5 on 4 right now. Now that early bloodbath of the round has turned into a bit of a stalemate, turned into a little bit of a pause. There's not really anyone in particular who is, let's just say, changing the pace of things right now. There's no one massively who is making the difference. It's all about right now these small little things as Pizza takes down Nolf. Hal does get one back the other way, and a plant attempt is going to be made here by Team Misclick. Unless the Maestro can get on it quickly. No, it's going to be stuck on through. Bozo instead peeking with the LMG, but he's able to get both. And it yet again slips from Misclick, and now locked outside, one below. It's a much more difficult recovery this time around than it was before on the basement. 15 seconds to do it. Pizza's position's telegraphed by the barbed wire, and he's got to do it all. Sprays through, hits a bit of a fire extinguisher, and well, 5 seconds to go. It's not looking likely, and it's going to be Wisteria moving on towards a match point here. One round is all they're going to need now to close this one out, and then they will be moving on to the next game, moving on to the next one. And what an exciting one that could quite possibly be if we do indeed get there. Of course, the bracket is starting to tighten up now As I say, Noble 5 are going to be waiting for them. Noble 5 will be anticipating the result of this game. And the winner of this match will get a date with them. So it's very exciting, very exciting. And you never know what can quite happen with it. 6-5 right now for Wisteria. Looking incredibly good. So team Misclick.
Protect your bombs from being defused
We
by
need to
attackers.
see these attacks. Because the thing is, 2 rounds in a row now. They've started good. They've been all right. But then it's kind of slipped away from them in the end of the round. It keeps happening. It's a trend that I've seen a lot of today where there are just teams who just can't seem to get the job done. And it's a shame because good ideas, good execution, good ideas, good pacing. And then it's just the end. The execution just doesn't stick. And it all comes crumbling down, unfortunately. Wisteria right now, they'll be happy. They've brought it back from a 4-2 down to a 6-5 up. Question is, can they get the job done here and now, or are we going to go in towards an overtime? That's what I'm asking. And that is the question that is going to need an answer sooner or later between these two sides. How? Feeling on the back of red stairs here. Fair hold right now for the side of Wisteria. Even pacing all across. Misclick want to try and make this entry in towards the garage again, but a lot of utility being placed there, and it's always quite a costly one when they've done this before. But Candela's available to them, going to be thrown up on in. Drone's taken out though. If you send it for Misclick, it's a risk, but it could be a massively, massively huge one. Good afternoon, Dara. Welcome on in. We are catching now towards the end of this game now here, or this one. It's a pretty great showing between these two so far, but neither one really able to separate themselves as of yet. It's been quite even. The attacking has been a struggle point, real struggle point, especially for Team Misclick. So far, they've only been able to get 1 out of the 5 attacks, which is just not enough in Clubhouse. Whether they get it into overtime or not, that remains to be seen. Of course, opening breach now, CC will finally be opened up there, but a lot of utility expended over on the side of Misclick. You'll be happy to know the droning is so much better now we're not watching Silvers play. The droning is a lot better here. It is looking good right now. It's been messy. It's been mainly kills and end of rounds that have been struggled. No Jackal either. That's the other thing. But YMK might not have a life for much longer. Tough spot here on Rafters. Levy gets the first one on towards Howe, and another quick kill. Advantage for Team Misclick right now, and a massive one at that. Could be leaning towards an overtime here. 3 kills stand in their way. Neil's in a really tough position, dancing with the Montaigne, but oh no, the shield's been brought down. He's going to take down the shield, and another kill from Pozo gets it back. But Levy, hold on to the man advantage for Team Misclick right now. 2 versus 3 situation. The issue is you've got 2 of the best guns on Wisteria in your way right now. Neils and Pozo left to hold on to try and close the line out in regulation. Can they do it or can they not? A pause. 45 seconds left to go. Yokai's still available. Pozo realizes his life is more valuable on those drones right now. Neo still has the power position, has diffuser, has ADS devices available to him. So much available right now, and the same just cannot be said for Team Misclick. A couple smoke bolts remain, but that is all that really does. They make their way in towards the objective, but they have to get the diffuser first, and now it's all on to Pozo to clutch up this 1 versus 2. 20 seconds left to go. Niels did what he could, but the players of Misclick, they're isolated right now. Pozo can take these 1 at a time. He's going to do just that. Deny the overtime and give Wisteria the game. And with that, 7-5 will be the scoreline. Wisteria will move on to face their next opponent. And for the side of Team Misclick, it is going to be heartbreak, elimination, unfortunately, for today from them. Beautiful, beautiful stuff from Wisteria. Solid defensive showing, but I've really got to chalk that one down to the attacks there, if I'm being honest. Just the attacks there, just unfortunately not going to be enough to carry it over the line there for the side of Team Misclick. Really unfortunate one from them. A bit of a shame to see them fizzle out there at the end a little bit. Could have gone to overtime, but not quite going to be the case. And with that all being said and done, that is probably going to wrap it up for me today. If you can't tell, my throat is dying. I am dying, but don't worry. There's plenty more people covering the action. I'm going to rage you out all to someone very, very shortly. Of course, don't go anywhere. I will be, of course, back here tomorrow on the channel, but about 4 o'clock. So about this time tomorrow, I'll be live covering all of the action. So don't worry, don't miss that one. Of course, there's plenty more going on tonight, plenty more earlier tomorrow as well on all the usual channels. ! Community casters if you want to go and see everyone that is currently live and streaming all of the action for you. Best of luck to the rest of the teams for tonight. Thank you all to all of you who have stopped in, come by very much, and do appreciate you all coming by, saying hi, watching, whether you've been lurking, chatting, whatever it is. Great showing from all the players as well. Best of luck for you in the rest of your games, and hopefully we'll see the rest of you all tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of your Saturday evening, folks.
Saw you in a field of ice and snow, holding out your hand for me to go. Wasn't scared to see you